Namaskar, good morning, good day, Assalamu alaikum, Sat Sri Akal, Vanakkam, Namaskaram to all my friends around the world. Speaking from Bharat, India, this is Engineer Suraj Singh on this day of 8th August 8th, 2020. In interest of profession, in interest of dissemination of information to general public, including professionals and including all sections of society, just to let them be aware of what is engineering and what is life and what is profession and what we are. Every day I try to disseminate some of my information to all people so that they be updated with that. That's my intention, nothing else. I have no other ambition except to update public about what is engineering and what is life and what is other. This is COVID, this is general, and this is FIDIC, and this is, you can say, all. Or I'm going to manage engineering management and quality and FIDIC, and you can say COVID, and you can say this concrete general, and this is reality of life. Reality of life is this: manual work, which is real education, not relative education, because you should not forget facts of life. Kalam ki taakat, power of writing, power of human, power of writer. This is real, not computerized one. And as computerized one also I'll show. No problem at all. That's also essential. I don't condemn that, because that is modernity and this was old. Both are for us. No one can deny these facts, but those who are youth, they must know what is our past. Past cannot be condemned by anyone, because past is past. Should not be condemned by anyone. If somebody condemns, that person condemns himself, no one else. This is God actor virus, we have to understand, and engineering management, systems, challenges, organization, and this is human, what I say, changes, challenges, and which is very important. Human thinking, it's also very important. Only important is human thinking, general and specifications, systems, quality, structured, all that, which is here, engineering, FIDIC, etc., etc. As every day I try to show. This screen is very small now, it's problem for me. This Facebook is causing real problem, really. I think they are trying to save resolutions, pixels. That's why they reduce size of the screen, but it's problem for video makers or authors, small people like me who don't have every resource. Now, whatever it is, we have to move with whatever resource we have, whatever facility we have. Dear friends, life is changing very fast. Very fast it is changing. With what is changing, we don't know. We know it, but we can't define it, because life is for everyone. It is to be faced, encountered, and digested. There is no other way out. in this case. When we talk of COVID, which is nothing much left in that, because we know what is COVID, how it's working, but we don't know what is the reason of that. Again, now most critical is our country, to which I belong, and name of that country is Bharat, India. I have to tell both names for all to know that we are not only India, we are Bharat as well. This is for information to whole world. Once I was sitting with one Egyptian manager and we were talking just in general. So I told him, just like Misra, Egypt, we have also one name, that's Bharat. He was surprised to know, he then, Bharat, what spelling? I told him Bharat. He wrote, yeah, so speak good people, he wrote just for his memory. Bharat. Same way, once we were talking about judges. So I say magistrate. He asked what is magistrate? So I told him this is magistrate and this is spelling. He noted down. Means learners are so good. He is an engineer, very well qualified, but he did not qualify from university where English medium was taught. He qualified in their own language, French or whatever else, I don't know which language he was from, but he was Misri Arab. So, it's craze of learning. I mean to say, I am not just referring that example for your understanding that you have to learn, and to learn means you must have hunger or thirst to learn. Learning is not somebody's patent. Everybody has fundamental right all over the world. Not only fundamental right, but natural right. Forget statute. Everybody has a right to learn. And learning doesn't require anyone. It requires your interest, your involvement, and you can learn. You can learn through university, and after that also, once you pass out, it's your duty to learn. When we say COVID has crossed our country excessively, that's also a fact. We people of this country, Bharat, India, cannot ignore this fact. Fact is that Bharat is marching towards very serious figures, very high figures of COVID-19 infections, and America shall become number 2 after India is listed. It's not far away, because we have already reached 40% infections of what USA has declared. And we are running fast with every day up to about 60,000, 50,000, 55,000. You can say currently on an average of 55,000 we are running. And this average is gradually increasing depending on what tests they are doing. And we are conducting, I think, 2.5 lakhs tests per day. 2.5 lakhs, and out of that 50,000 lakhs we are getting it just on average. So about 15 to 20% people are infected, it seems, on an average. If we have infection of 15% people, this means, let's say, population of 100 crore, it's more than that. Let us assume that 15 to 20 crore citizens would be found, would be tested positive in coming time. This may be mid of next year, because by December I am expecting figure of 10 million infection in our country on record. I am saying this may be more, but on record news will be around. I was taking every day 50 lakhs. This means 50,000. This is about 15 lakhs or 1.5 million per month. And August, September, October, November, December, 5 months means we have 75. Means about 15 lakhs, 75 lakhs, 7.5 million or 8 million. 8 million and currently 2 million. So every 10 means 1 crore by December. With this speed, and this speed is expected to rise Now it's because it may be 100,000 monthly rather than this, 100,000 per day. So you can see what degree of seriousness we should have, but unfortunately we are not serious. We are not at all serious, that's unfortunate. Bharat, India's people are not serious. Bharat, India's leadership not serious. And Bharat leaders, Bharat, other people are not serious, not at all. Our seriousness is towards economic development, and we do not understand how you can move economic development. Your people are going to be affected by this. They are in a state of drug. I think our business people, our leadership, all they are in a state of addiction. In the midst, they are addicted of economy. To be very frank, our people and all people involved, particularly leader class and our people, business class and leader class, they are addicted of economy. They think economy is number one and care of people is not at all, even not number two. It's lost somewhere. Means care is given to only those who are high profile, like leaders of MP and leaders of others who can afford, and they are cared many times more than poor who is not at all given any care. And I would suggest to public also, not only suggest, appeal, care about yourself. No leader shall help you, and don't expect everything from doctors or nurses because they are not extensive. We have limited number of these professionals, medicals, and they have also limitations. So if we have to realize them of their limitation, we have also to understand our limitation. I am very shocked sometimes when I go to some shop. I'm personal experience, I tell. I don't tell imagination. I don't know imagination. I visit shops. I find even confectioner, halwai we call, just to buy some laddus for some worship. And I see that person, shopkeeper, not wearing mask. I ask, why don't you wear mask? No, my mask is here, there. His mask is for purpose of keeping somewhere, and you think automatically it will come out your mouth. They feel angry. This person says, oh, how it's difficult to wear mask all the time. So I ask, which one is better, wearing mask all the time or losing your life? And they don't know. And so what happens? No problem. What happens shall happen. It's in the hands of God. They bring into consideration God, which is against my ethics, against my consideration, because God is nobody's servant. Remember this. God has given you everything. You have to use that. Yes, God is there all time with you. That's why God is asking through me that you wear mask. This is God asking, not me. I'm not God, but every member of this world is used by God because it's God's employee. So if I ask this, means someone is asking me to, why should I ask you? I am buying something from you. You are shopkeeper. I ask you, do you are these workers who cook this here? Chef, what do you call them? Cooks or who makes this? Who cooks this sweets? Who are karigars? Do they use mask? Then he had no answer. This means mask is not valued by common people in this country, and not only in our country, in England, in US, and many other countries. People now I'm happy to see many countries have started imposing fines. Like UAE has already been imposing fines of 3,000 dirhams each person for one not using mask. It's good. No, I thought Libya also imposing fines of 500 LDs, and like our country too has, but we are not very serious in anything, and that is really unfortunate situation. I'm not against people, I'm not against someone, but you have no right to infect me. My question is, I ask him, You have no right to infect me, and I have no right to infect you. Yes, you can commit suicide, that's in your hands, but you are not committing suicide by exposing me to this infection. Your workers are not doing justice to me if they don't use mask and prepare these cookies. It's for them to take care. It's their will, and they should have no right to spread this through this. Maybe your nose, you are spraying your air of your nose while you're inhaling and exhaling. It goes to the sweat. This is a question mark. While you're in market, you're selling something. You're a hawker, small vendor. You have no right to infect others. You have no right to infect your customer. And customer should also use, because customer has no right to infect that vendor. Why do you want to kill each other in hidden scene? You are not realizing, you don't realize that it would lead to that state if you don't take it seriously. Even if you are not dead of, you may be once infected, means always you are infected. That is common sense. Nothing required from medical persons, because this disease remains inside your body forever. This cannot be taken out by surgery. If there is some ailment in body, surgery can remove that forever, and that is called treatment. But COVID-19 treatment doesn't mean treatment. We cannot call treatment, we cannot call recoveries, because there is no treatment and there is no recovery. This is fiction. This is illusion. Yes, you are given some treatment for safety purpose, for protecting your body, for enhancing your immunity towards this. But this is no treatment, and there can be no treatment in future. Just like WHO claimed, WHO represented itself by stating that once you get vaccination, that doesn't mean that you are having silver bullet lining. That's true. Because no one knows till now in world, out of thousands of scientists in world and thousands of experts, virologists in world, they do not know real cause of this, real pathology of this. And until we know that, or we consider that unknown into our medical development, medicines development or vaccines development, we cannot say that there is some concrete treatment. It's all illusion. I should say it is nothing more than exploiting corona and running your business, because it's just raising immunity, and to an extent immunity raising is related. You are your own doctor. You don't need doctor for that. But you won't do that. You are used to comfortable life, comfortable life. And that life comes in a way, it creates hindrance for you from adopting precautionary measures, which are very important. But you won't do that. Why? You are enemy of your own. You are enemy of your family members. You are enemy of public. And you have no right to be your own enemy, your family members' enemy, and public enemy. No one has got any right. You have no right to get losses to others, though you are ignorant. But you have no right to be ignorant. That's also why are you ignorant. Why do you want to get information about this? It's your fault. It's my fault as well. And I don't understand. If I tell someone do this and that person doesn't do this, then I do fight. When I meet someone, somebody comes to my home, I don't allow that person without mask. Whoever you are, use mask, because you have no right to. You have no right to infect me. Why should I be infected by you? And believe me, I always use my own handkerchief-based mask, and I am not at this place because this is the second floor, and I am alone. Nobody comes here. All my windows are closed. I don't allow, except a ventilation purpose, one window. So there is no chances of virus to come up to this level. Otherwise, I have my handkerchief here with me. Anytime I can use this, no problem. But when I am down, and I can see people, I always use mask whole day, and until I come to my bed I use mask. Even in my toilet I use mask. I remove only when I take my food or tea, because there is no way out. You have to remove mask in that case, or you have to remove mask when you have to eat. Otherwise, maybe I am not able to respire properly, or I stop everybody coming to my house. Whoever you are, don't come, don't enter if you don't have mask. And we have a temple also, some temple here, Sai Baba temple in our building, and many people come there for worship. And I force everybody to get out if you don't use mask. Whatever you are, woman or man, kid or old, don't enter this area if you don't use mask. I also stress if you can use glasses, but that's not compulsory, because if you don't use glasses, you will be infected. You will not be able to infect others. But by nose actions and by mouth action, you can infect others. So I should say that don't allow this 2 million figure to go to 10 million. It's only public that can stop it, and public requires information, and I alone cannot do information because my access, my scope of this talk, or you can say my catchment by people from this talk is very small. I can't catch all people. I'm not very big person. I'm not celebrity. I'm only a professional, and as a socially responsible worker, socially responsible member, it's my duty to teach people or to control them. Yes, if required, I can use limited force by talking or even by arguing with them if required. I don't want any learning from someone, because I talk engineering and think engineering. Whatever I have written so far on my Facebook about this, everything has come true after, but people don't take it directly because I am no one. So they will later on say after few weeks that yes, this is just like, because this like happened with air conditioning, or it happened with that this droplet stays in air for a couple of hours, which can infect you like that. No, I'm not going to discuss about this anymore. Only I say use precautionary measure, or I don't want to come to your shop. That's my answer. And I tell everybody, if you're shopkeeper, and to shopkeepers, if you're customers, you don't use masks. Don't allow customer, and customers don't buy anything from those who do not use masks. Anyone. And also it's for all, in buses, in trains, or wherever you are. Do not allow others. Everyone can supervise other one. This is your mutual right. No need of any police officer, because police officers also indisciplined, I am finding. They are not disciplined as well. They always remain busy in their mobiles while sitting on streets and roads. They don't care for people whether or not they use masks. So they also pass time. And well, I'm not here to talk bad about someone, because no need. Why should I waste my time with that? Public has to take safety, and I expect even kids, well, after 2 years or 3 years, I don't mind, because we can't expect kids to understand all this, and but it's duty of parent or guardians to care about that. And we should be responsible citizens. Don't depend upon government, don't depend on anybody, because they are not with you. They are with their seats only all over the world, not only in this country. When Trump-like person, President Trump-like can say that, it's ridiculous, believe me. I don't know how people of America could elect person of this low level. I can say a president of USA should have some standard, some qualification, some maturity. But I think time is gone. America is not America now. And our country, Bharat, India, is not Bharat, India now. Leadership has no character left. They can speak anything, and Now leaders are considered liars all over the world. To some extent some are liars, and to full extent some are liars. So great countries and great leaders and great liars, you can say, are our leaders. So you expect liars to help you, then you are lying. You are lying yourself. You are relying on those people wrongly. They can't be your leaders. Well, I'll move on to further. I move on to my subject, that is engineering management. Engineering management, as we say, what we understand by engineering management is very limited. I saw syllabus of engineering management of Institution of Engineers India, the subject of engineering management, and I maybe same syllabus must be elsewhere in universities or even engineering colleges, and that's very limited. Means that is conventional. That is conventional, and you can see which is done in field, and that's to limited extent. And I'm not convinced with that fully. Yes, that's part of profession. Whatever you teach to students is as good as you can teach more, but it's duty of student after passing engineering education. They must learn everything again and again and again, and advanced subjects again and again and again. Because as I said, learning is no limit. It moves on, and particularly a field of engineering, and that to civil engineering, it is like sky height. When we know sky has no height, it's unlimited, it's infinity. So learning not for sake of money earning, because learning and earning people have related nowadays. But there is no relation between learning and earning, because learning means reaching God and earning means away from God. I understand this. If you are behind learning, this means you are reaching with nearer to God. And we are only interested in earning money. I am saying money earning, I am not saying engineering earning, because learning is earning as far as education is concerned. Whatever you learn, it is earning. But as far as wealth is concerned, money is concerned, then education and money got no relation. In our dharma we say Lakshmi, Saraswati and Parvati. Important are Lakshmi and Saraswati for personal life, for individual life. Because I'm just referring to, because this is very well known, I'm not very much clear about what Bible says or what Holy Quran says. I'm not sure about this, but because I know about something about dharma, which is actual in most origin in its birth, or its I can't say birth, means whatever it is, means Saraswati and Lakshmi are considered very auspicious for purpose of education or knowledge and money respectively. Saraswati, name itself is Saras. Saras means, which means, you can say kind of juice, a kind of ras. Ras means sea. If you talk in Arabic, ras means samudra, water, sea water, or sea itself is called ras, ras lafan, ras al khema, like that. So I say Saraswati, Saraswati. Say indicates sagar, sagar Saraswati, you can say. Sagar means samudra, samudra means sea, sea means sea knowledge, or knowledge like sea, or knowledge like ocean. That knowledge which only Saraswati power can give you. I am saying power, Saraswati domain can give you. And there's another power, that's Lakshmi, which means power of wealth, physical wealth, not knowledge. Both have to move together, and if they do not move together, we neither can have knowledge nor can have wealth. And if they move separately, then you people also will move separately, which is happening now. Some people are bound to, bound to get knowledge, but they want to sell knowledge also same time. Means if I suppose I have knowledge, it's my internal will to enhance this and also to sell it. That is weakness only. Just accept one point. You have billions to say, billions, but you don't have knowledge. You cannot use them until someone is associated with you who knows what to do with this money, because that person also knows Saraswati, that person also knows knowledge. So knowledge would tell you what you can do with this money. So I say, independently if you go forgetting, ignoring either of you, I am interested in money and I don't care of knowledge, I can buy knowledge, then this is your pride, this is a false pride, I can say. You cannot do anything in life. Both are powers. One power is knowledge and other power is wealth. And knowledge is light and wealth is also, very important. I cannot say no, because economy and knowledge move together in unison, not in conflict. If you have money, you have no basis, you will destroy that money. You will not be able to contain that money. I mean to say, you will not understand value of money, just like you do not understand value of time. You do not understand value of time and value of understanding, learning, all that. Time goes away and you keep just sitting, time would come and give me this, and this never happens. You have to work in both ways. If you take example of Bhagwan Ram or Bhagwan Krishna, you will understand this very well. Bhagwan Ram and Bhagwan Krishna, they did not need money, but they supported others to save themselves. They were having knowledge and they were having money also. Both were kings, both were having richness with them. There was no problem for money, but they did not depend on money. They wanted purely in this world, and they used their knowledge for that, and knowledge of others for that, and power of others for that. Ram and Krishna and others also in all religions, I would say. I am not just saying only they. Many more. Satyavadi Harishchandra, previous, whose inheritance is Ram. Satyavadi Harishchandra is very well known in our country, Bharat. You can say, if you want to say someone some truth or something, then we represent by stating that Satyavadi Harishchandra, this person is Harishchandra, one who claims that I believe in truth and I never lie, and people say this is Harishchandra. Means a representation of truth is Harishchandra. Representation of truth means Harishchandra means knowledge, dependence on facts, not on fictions and not on lies, and cannot speak lie even you have your life at risk. This means that. So why I am representing this Satyavadi and Ram and Krishna? Because for me, all these were scientists. I don't consider them. Bhagwan means everybody is Bhagwan. So Bhagwan saying, you have, power in your body, soul in your body, which is an integrated part of Bhagwan soul. That is universal or super soul. I have that. Everybody has that. You have that. When you are living in this world, you cannot live without having connection to that one, and that is your final answer. You should know. You believe in anyone, I don't object to that. I have no right to object to that. But believe me, trusting or believing or having faith are different words. You can trust only when that something is reliable. You can trust only when something is clear. When something is unclear, something has secrecy, you cannot know something, you cannot discover that until that time. Till that time, you can say it's belief or it is my faith. I don't go with that. I don't go with that. Science does not go with that. Engineering does not go with that. And life does not go with that. Because if I am a reality, other guy is also reality, and actually, then God is also reality. If I am reality, God is super, that is super reality. But we can assume we have no evidence as such. We have no evidence. I can't prove, and not only myself, no one in this world can prove existence of God, but circumstances prove there is God. What is God's name? I least bother. Because my name also I don't know. It's my father who gave me my name. It was my mother who gave me my name. And I continued with that name. I never changed it because there is nothing in that name. It's nothing to do with the reality of life. If my name is Suraj, say today, if I change it to something else, shall it make a difference to my life? Not at all. If my name is Suraj, Suraj means sun. If I say, no, I am sky, I am not sun, I am Asman, shall it make a difference? No. So why should I worry about name? If people consider Ram Bhagwan or people consider Krishna Bhagwan, okay, let them consider. Nothing is going. You consider, you don't consider, but you follow them. That's important. If you believe in someone, okay, you don't have evidence, can you follow them? If you can follow them, I can say that power exists. And if you do not follow them, or you do have no intention to follow them, then I can say you do not believe in that. You are cheating, you cheat yourself, and you cheat name of that power. This point you must understand. And this is what engineering says. This is what sciences speak. That's why I am referring to this. I consider all this part of engineering. If Ram was a king of this country or universe, if Krishna was a king, if Jesus was a king, if Muhammad was a king, if Guru Nanak was like kings of their field, they all are powerful, they have been powerful. You have to think this way. This is, I consider superpower, whoever it is, irrespective of name. Engineer number one, doctor number one, philosopher number one, teacher number one, manager number one in universe. That's my evidence, not fame, because I can see. See you, sky is there, sun is there, rain is there, wealth, earth is there, oceans and seas are there, aren't they? Who made them? Who delivered to you that? So there is no question. You mean faith. Believe this way, nature is there, and someone who constructed it, that is superpower. That's it, nothing else. All imaginations otherwise. I should chant name of Ram or say name. It's your personal will. It's your personal domain. Do whatever you want to say. No, nothing to come. And I don't want to waste time in those topics. I simply say, prove it. Whoever you are, prove it. And if you can prove, fine. No dispute. And if you are not able to prove, if you are not able to establish your statement, then your statement is imaginative, hypothetical, skeptical, speculative. Do you understand this? This is what I say. In engineering world, we are not skeptical, we are not hypothetical, we work in reality. We use blessings of that power, because earth is blessings, material within earth are blessings, and our body is blessing, my body is blessing, my parts of bodies are blessing, my energy is blessing. I take this chain, supply chain from God. Whoever God is doesn't make a difference to me, because it's not name connection, it is your internal connection, your soul to soul connection. So I am itself member of God, I mean manufactured material of God. I myself, I am a product of God, and here every facilities God has given for my survival and for development of this planet. So I consider this is my principle of philosophy of understanding religion. My religion is like that. If God has made me to work in engineering, then engineering is my religious profession, you can say. In religious practice, they say this person professes this ism or that ism or this or that. So I am keep myself always to that. Why to unnecessarily waste time in this religion or that religion? Okay, you enjoy your religion, no problem, because you can imagine anything and believe in that. Keep imagining that. We imagine something else. We imagine what our imagination is done in terms of projects. We also imagine, and because people do not know what is the meaning of imagination. Their faith is not imagination, belief is not imagination. Imagination is an art. Do you know that? Imagination is an art. Which art is fictional? Which art is diagrammatical? Which art is figurative? This tells you something. They give you a design, natural design in the mind. And once we take that design and try to give shape to that design in physical world, that becomes part of world. Because even picture cannot come to your mind until there is a picture there, or your power is there, your original power is sitting there with God, and that power is working. I think that there is everybody's control is there. So that means your power, your switch is there in your switch panel of that board which is sending your information, just like your electrical DBs here, distribution boards or circuits in every house or in the electrical supply. There must be my board, because I am appliant here. I am you can say I'm load here, or you can say I'm applying, what do you call it? Appliance, sorry. I'm appliance here, appliance in terms of human. And my control is there in that switch panel of distribution board or mini distribution board or whatever it is, under God's power station. I am getting power from there through that board, and that board is my real switch, which controlling me here all time. And when I go back after I finish my time here, I'll be there in that board. I understand that way. Therefore, don't argue about religion. Okay, you believe whatever you believe. Don't think the others should do that, because everybody is limited here. You cannot understand, and you don't have time to define others. You understand, you believe whatever you believe. If you believe Ram, Christian, Bible, Jesus, Guru Nanak, Islam, whatever. That is your choice, not my choice. When I say imagination, picture only, figure only. You can make any figure and say, yes, this is God, this is power. We also say, we imagine this in engineering, let us imagine this, let us say assume, we say assume and presume. We don't say imagination. When I say we are solving something, we are driving some formula, or let us assume this, or let us presume this, or let us allow this value to this, or let us this, we do that. That's procedure to reach certain drive formula, and we drive that. It doesn't mean we don't drive that, we drive that, but we use it symbolically. We drive it, that becomes evidence. Yes, that's truth, that's not imagination. We change the imagination to truth, to existence. Imagination means no physical existence, but pictorial existence. When you say imagination is pictorial representation or a design, very, very primitive design, you may say that. My only this explanation is to let you understand, engineering is not imagination alone. Engineering doesn't mean faith at all. Engineering is not based on fiction at all. Engineering is based on reality. Reality, exact reality, full reality, absolute reality. Engineers means that. Engineer means that use mind and find solution, and that's it. If you cannot use mind, you cannot find solution, you are no more engineer. You are not engineer, you cannot think. Why some people call layman someone to someone? Because those people cannot understand anything. Though there is no layman in this world, and they just usually use this term, and I am telling you what does it mean. When it's a layman, this means a man who is just a flat person, whose brain is flat, no volume in brain, It doesn't man is or person is laid. No, person is person as it is. But person's mind is lay, not active. Person mind is not very brilliant, only to that level which allows him to survive, to understand this is food, to understand this money I have to use. So I am not layman, I am engineer, because I can think and I can think, and after that what happens everybody knows. Engineering is a mechanism of whole, not of small part. Engineering means whatever you think and whatever you think is required in life of whatever industry or factory or general or whatever, that must be delivered based on justification, based on technology, based on resources, and based on whatever is that. That is called engineering. Use of mental potential to deliver requirements, to deliver something that is demanded or something which is required for public use or for use of everybody. That is engineering. Very long definition, very short definition. And other shortest definition, think and deliver. That is indicative definition, to think and deliver. I always want to find more information about engineering and management. When I say management, this means organization. Because I don't want to use term management often, because man is there, man is there. It's domination of male, and I do not like to use management. Either use wo-management, you write WO and then management, or I don't use this term, because this term indicates might of male in this world, and might of male means it is fiction. There is no male who can be exclusively might, because woman is also there. Without woman, men, there is no world. If there is no woman, if there is no man, means there is no world. And it's not only in human, it's in all sections of living beings on earth. We have to be sure about this. There is a fictional arrogance among men that men is stronger than women, which is illegal, irrelevant, and imposed fact. There is nothing as such. Both are equal and they should be equal. Rather, I should say woman is higher, because woman carries heavy burdens in life, from being mother and to bring up all kids. That is a great job that woman does. We have to think that in our mind, that we don't underestimate women. That's why either use wo-management or use organization. Don't use management. It's easy to say that this includes men, but why don't you say wo-management? And it's not easy to say, because woman is there and man is also a part of woman. Spelling a woman means man is included in woman. Woman is not included in man. This means woman is an identity, man is no identity. I should say that. This again I am saying analysis. This is analysis. You can think and you can analyze, then you think, and you analyze, then you think, then analyze, and then you do 2 or 3 cycles of that, will find real answer. For benefit of you people, for benefit of everybody, I put one video yesterday, and that is regarding, I think, where's that, I should say, yeah, it's somewhere here in my point. And that video is about some project, some big project, which PowerPoint presentation I included in that small video, which is share. You may say that is share. That is one shared screen on Facebook. That video reference or URL is given on this text here, which you can find in today's video text. There are attachments in various attachments in that, attachments of soil talks, and also this attachment. I am using this file for explaining management, actually how do we manage. That's very important one. If you wish, you can open that file after this video or before watching this video. Later on, you can see go through that file of video. That is, name is there in that. Name is same, but here I can still see what name is in fact, because I also forget name, and that name is you can say that is here. Let me go back, see that name of that file is I gave this name, yes, I got it. This is source is, this is share, we can say it, and source is Google Earth. That is soil plus project with all structural elements. It's management, and it's management. That is, this is video, and that is, you can say Facebook, www.facebook.com/PE-Suraj/videos, and last digit of that, last 4 is, I'm not telling all, 2095. You can see that one. And now what that includes is here. It includes many slides. Slide is that its facility, ethylene plant, picture is given of that, and that plant is big one. This plant is not exactly means some specific one, this is general. This means this is a nighttime photo of that, how it looks, and you can see lights and lights and lights everywhere. Thousands and thousands of light on various structures, various towers in that, various chimneys, various buildings, various vessels, and you cannot from this figure chart out what is that. It's like a package, or you can like a big temple, vast temple, or you cannot say that is something very extraordinary. In fact, I should say such plants, such one which upgrades your economy or upgrades your lifestyle, or by which you feel that yes, this belongs to us, we belong to this. That type of project is really wonderful, and I consider that more valuable than religious places, because such projects gives you wealth, and you live, you get wealth, your money, your life from the projects. So it becomes our duty to respect those who design this, who build this, whoever. They were our forefathers, so they are still alive. If they are alive, fine. They do great job. So this number 1 is ethylene plant, as I said. Then you go to number 2. This ethylene plant, actually there are so many. Before I go to as the one, I like to show that plant, actually what this plant is. A full figure I would like to show you the plant before moving further, because it's very important one to know everything. Not everything, something I can say of that. So I am just trying to search out that one. Let's say this is here. This figure is there, and next one you can say in slide, next slide, that is 4 number. In number 4 slide, previous was number 1. This is number 4, which is giving a key plan type outlook of this project. This project means it's not simply, you can say, a building. It's not simply a building. It's a group of buildings and group of various buildings and group of various facility, equipment and lot, and hundreds of equipment and many machines and reciprocating machine as well as centrifugal machines and many buildings, many structures in all areas of this, and you can say lot of services there, lot such kind of mega projects, and it's covering at least 2 kilometers by 1 kilometer dimension of that site, of that plant, because plant is always very big, very open, and it's not high rise. In fact, it is ordinary building, except this chimneys, built-in is of chimneys. They come and erect themselves on this. Let us see some water and we discuss, because I am also getting thirsty. Water is also must to talk. So I take some water, and you can say that we can continue. If you want to open that file, you can open that file. Still this live video, no problem. You can come back to the live again, or if you can access that now, if you are able to access, I don't know you are able or not, you can open that file, or later on if you want you can say later on that file, no problem with you. I wanted to give you today some soil information on investigation, but that is not to start, but here I think this information is also having same, because this project is very large and such projects always, such projects always are very big. When I say 2 kilometers by 1 kilometer, you can imagine what I'm talking about. If you walk once on that site, in perimeter way you say 2 is to 2 plus 2 and 1 plus 1, 6 kilometers. You have to walk to completely move around such project. This means you need at least 1.5 hours in normal speed walking, say 6 kilometers per hour. And you can take a round of that, and if you take one round, this means whole your day is gone, because you need, after walking 6 hours, a rest of 1 hour afterwards. So your whole day shall go if you walk around such big project, mega project. Now this project, if you see, this is a layout project which I consider is most important. Thanks to Google Earth that I could download this. Otherwise, to take picture of this project from sky, it's not easy. It was taken long back, but I did not include in any video. Now I pass the time now, because I am moving with high speed on these technical professional engineering videos for dissemination purpose. Whatever information I have or I can generate by speaking, it's my good luck that I can speak something good or bad for people. I hope that people may like it. Well, it's English, of course, not very good, but people should understand very common English. All understand. But in our country and other countries, new generation understands English, and that's good one. You can say I support if you understand something. I cannot say that you should have absolute command of that. just for reference, for convenience, for common talk. Even those who have never gone to school, they can do that. And it's language, it's not specialty. It's just like you speak your own language, you speak Arabic, you speak, French, you speak something else. It's like that English is. So it's a key plan type now. Now it's not plan because plan is over. It's a key industry, you can say. It's view of an industry because such plants are always industrial plants, and industry means to produce some product for further use or for consumption. Both are called industries. Industries particularly is called one product for your use in one form or other form. So in this case, this is ethylene plants, I can say. It is there. And ethylene is like plastic, polyethylene. You might have gone through on the screen. Polyethylene this is, or your plastic bags, or these plastic pipes, which is the epoxy pipes, or many use in your life. Though it's creating pollution also. That's negative point of this. But negative or positive, this is fact of life. When I say there's a sea here, and that's because sea means where industry exists. This is onshore project. There are two types of projects. One is onshore and other is offshore. Offshore means away from sea, continental side, continental land, away from that end, and go to in sea, in deep sea, where your platforms are there, or where your sea ship having platform on it exists. Those are offshore projects, offshore works, and those offshore works do rig from below sea water, and that material which comes in raw oil or raw petroleum, that is pumped and sent to onshore project. There is a receiving refinery there. It is not shown in this because that was not objective this, but we can get that is the problem. That refinery takes care of those natural raw materials, raw liquid, and it processes whatever is required, petrol, diesel, or whatsoever, and whatever is remainder, or you can see whatever is considered byproduct, which is not usable in that refinery, which cannot be converted to some other form, that then another one is comes here, and this is ethylene plant. It produces that, and that is near sea. It's for something else. And if you see here, there is intake I have shown at sea for some purpose. There are pumping house, big pumping house here for purpose of that. So many purposes are there in mechanical. So many activities are related to mechanical. And then there is, if there is a mechanical, there is electrical as well. And then if you come from the towards this plant, you will find maybe another plant, and on road also supply from sea water to this plant, new one here I'm talking. And you come here this side, there's one official area of that project, and that's called administration area, and other area is called process area. And then you can say there is another one, and that is after process area there is what do you call it, I mean to say, you can say seawater basin. And on other side, if you go right side of that, you will find many such areas having all structures, and some areas also without anything, but this is for future. And there are everything available in this, in intake, sea intake, pump houses there, big pump house, and many machines for controls. Then there is this administration area, which includes administration part as well as the storing part or warehouse, as well as some supports like religious place for people to there, and some amenities areas and fire tenders and so many more. And so many more there. You can say water section where water tank is located and also marine as such. Then there is process. Actually, process area is you can say real area for project or heart of project, because all purpose of this expanded area of 2 km by Gosa is processing of gases you get as byproduct or whatever material you get from there. You have to process that into something else, and your objective is ethylene. So that's what I mean. It's very important to understand this. My purpose was not to show you this project through Sky or through Google. My purpose was to explain something about this, what it's all about. Not chemistry of this project, but what I am talking is management and engineering of this project. There are so many buildings in this RCC building, and structural steel, there are compressors are housed, other equipments are housed, or maybe many workshops are housed. There are various areas on this project. Administration area where administration building is situated. Other buildings are situated like mosques or like some other facilities. Fire building is included, and many more such structures are available. And we use to construct warehouse by, you can say, RCC foundations and structural steel work on superstructure, while in buildings such as administration building use complete RCC foundation, RCC beams and columns, and also RCC slab or roof. This may be one story, this may be 2 story, that depends. Then you see in this area such buildings are RCC, and in process area buildings are foundations are RCC, but superstructures are structural steel generally. If you come to substations, you will find RCC, and you will find central control building, which is very strong building that controls whole area, and that's centralized control, and that is of RCC, including walls even, no brick, no block, nothing, because that must be safe all time. Even this blast, that building must take blast. Similarly, those buildings in that process area, like substations or like the structures, whatever is there, all must be blast resistant. And like that seawater basin, which is completely reservoir type structure, big reservoir, and it's tanking, and has, you can say this is waterproof area. All these buildings having different foundations and different structures, that's okay. But one thing is very common here, one point is very common, and that is, initiation of this project. That is when there was nothing, just the bare land, desert, nothing here, that stage and come. That is very beautiful stage, that you have nothing, just a forest. Not only forest, desert I should say, because forest is always green. There was no green as such. You imagine that stage, you can say, hypothetically, imagine, picture, remove this all buildings from here, remove this for a moment, nothing here. So what you see is like where there is nothing now in this picture, nothing now, same thing with it there, where is something now. So complete desert. We engineering controls and engineering potential and engineering power has changed that natural desert to this small industrial city. The whole industrial city, but because we are related to this now, so this portion is industrial city where industry works, byproducts or something, whatever it is, it works, and thousands of workers work there, and now operating staff, maintenance staff, and all those who are selling this product shall work in this. We imagine that there is nothing here in this building, but we know where is what in our plant. We know where is what. Where is this building, where is services areas, where are these process areas, and where is the industry area. All locations are available on this building. We know what to do, where to do, and we know where buildings are coming, where glass buildings are coming, where non-glass buildings are coming. All those designs we have to do. We also to know varying, or can say, soil investigation report, particularly in those areas where structures are going to come, all classes of structures, all going to come. In those areas, we have to know completely soil investigation report. I'm not forcing in those areas which are still not going to have any structure on them, and the future is there for them, then future people shall think what has to be done. You cannot have time to do in addition to what you are required to do. So this, in that case, you should have given a report to laboratory, and you should have told by indications on plan that this area is for this purpose, so what's the height of that, and how expected load, and what method they have to consider in their tests. They will decide that one, and you have to agree that one, because if you want to them give a contract, you have to accept some conditions probably which are not acceptable yet. That is different, but organization of investigation is a must. So before doing preparatory works for this project, preparatory works, I mean to say, bring up this area to such a level in a well-planned compaction area, well-planned compaction statements, to keep these soils well marked. These are well marked areas, and soil investigation requires both parties, laboratory as well as engineer, to confer and decide what status of investigation is required in various areas, because there may be some areas which are not that heavy, so we can save some high profile exhibition or high profile cluster or high profile investigation event. But we should keep in mind that every critical machine, every critical building or soil building always require something to know. Fortunately, this is desert. This is generally some mix of soil. I think majority of the soil in upper layers, upper portion of sea, beach, sand, and below, if you go, we don't know what's there. Could be sand, and of course water table should be high, because near beach it is. So whatever we go down, we shall find problems and problems and problems. But problems for engineers are no problems, because it is an accident they have to face somewhere and no one can answer. Just like accidents happen every day. You're nothing new in that, but our scope is not of accidents. Our scope is to know about soil. Because we cannot start to bring in to upper layers, this area without conducting soil investigation, and upper layer which will fill shall automatically covered by testing arrangement of by field, by surveying laboratories, field of laboratories. Facts cannot be defeated. Investigation, when we say, it's a broad term. It's not simply we have to find bearing gaps in your soil. Yes, that's one part of investigation. We have to investigate soil in such a way on this extensive project, because how far can you learn? And for many, if you keep on varying way, you cannot develop your nation. Varying way is not positive way. Now, varying way work is important. Both parties have to decide. Both parties means laboratory engineer or scientist and employer have to decide what type of investigation is required, and locations are given in plan. So it is bearing capacity requirement, or it is bore locks, rigging, or other methods like cone penetration, and whatever is there to be done. And because it's very big one, maybe you need 50 to 100 bore wells in this, and you will need many soil tests at many locations, because we have to keep in mind the structural changes always work, always. And if you do not understand such changes, then better you must do something. You have to decide yourself in your management or management of your objective of this project. So this is full range test, you can say, full range soil investigation. Of course, these boreholes would go down to maybe 20 meters, 30 meters, depending upon or varying. And in different areas or different loadings, you can fluctuate also numbers of them. Okay, so we instruct our laboratory that you conduct these tests, boreholes, valley of uncertainty, and then bearing plate test, soil resistivity test, thermal resistivity test, because so many pipings are going to be around areas, and also control from industrial area, from big project means you may have not be able to move around coal in one day. So you also need some rest for that. Rest in a sense, because this soil investigation is very tough, very boring as well. You have to stay in sun. So some rest is also required for your comfort of work. And all these soils are tested. And then it takes many days, of course, many days for testing, and then maybe 1 or 2 weeks or maybe. These people give you topography of area, topography of surrounding area, which also is automatically done, and this can tell you much more about environment if they have that proficiency, the provisions, and you know more. Once all these tests, laboratory tests as well as field tests are done, all tests means nothing is left for such mega projects. Because if this mega project fails, 22 conditions cannot change. My purpose of this is just to let you understand how investigation is done. Certainly we have to backfill this area to make it work for this project. So water table is not very big problem in this, because we are going to fill say 2 meters, 3 meters, probably 2 meters at least, whole area in such project after your soil investigation is done on that sheet. 100% road is transmitted to responsible people, and they study that for days together, and it shall take about, you can say, 2 weeks, 3 weeks for or more for all oil soil investigation intake, and then to work on them in field. And also this is natural soil investigation is one part of that, and then there's another part of that. One part is soil investigation, and it should tell you what you have to do, and if any improvement is done on that, that shall be told you how to do that. That is part of it. Means we get information from those engineers of laboratory, means what is required to be done. I think I have to take 1 minute out from here to feed my friends, my birds. Just a minute please, I'll go and come back. back. So I was talking about soil part 1, soil investigation of existing ground, natural ground, topographical investigation and geotechnical investigation for this existing one. Topographical, in a sense, we have to see geography of that area. Though it can be taken very fast, it's not a big issue because of electronic equipments we have. And geotechnical is also very important because we have to know about internal mechanism of existing soil. How shall it behave to electrical forces as well as to thermal forces. That's called electrical energy and thermal energy. This is very important point. Heat transfer through soil. How does it respond to that? How does soil respond to that when heat transfers or thermal energy is transferred through soil? And there are various ways of that. Heat or temperature by sun rays affect soil temperature, and also when you have water contents, water is heated up due to this energy, solar energy, and it evaporates and it can impact on soil, or when there is too much water due to whatever reason, due to seepage or due to rain, water changes also properties. But fortunately, if it is sand, this will drain out water fast. So we say internal properties of soil means as we go deep into stratification, into strata of soil, we may find mixed material. Not exactly I am saying sand, but no, it's not necessarily sand. There can be silty sand, there can be clay sand, anything, whatever is there. We cannot decide. I am just suggesting it can be mixed, or it can be some rock below. Rock, because if you go say 5 meters below, you may get limestone, or you may get sandstone, you may get whatever is there, or something else. You may get some water layer because of this. Sea is near, so that only, and the sea level is never same. It keeps falling and rising. So passage of water through seepage or internal movement through the soil, because this is a sandy soil. In sand there is permeability. Flow of water through sand is natural. It's natural because sand cannot store water particles. Instantly it has to transmit this. Whatever sand it is, it may be fine sand, or maybe it may be coarse sand, or whatever you can say, desert sand. Properties depend on mix, what sort of mix is there. We cannot change everything in strata except to some small depth, say 1 meter, 2 meter, not more than that. Or if you go below, say for some deep foundation or deep sub pits, like some pits, if you can go below, there are many some pit chambers, and you can see there is seawater basin in that, or you can see there is a lagoon in that, there is outfall chamber in that, and there are many more structures which go below, like big machine foundations, which can go below to 2 meters or more, 3 meters or more, depending upon what type of structure is that. Like cracking, there are so many big towers in that. Though piling is not being done here because we are going to, there's no multi-story or high-rise in this. It can be there, but particularly in this project, I think there is nothing as such, because maximum height of buildings is also 3 stories maximum, not more, except its chimneys and towers, or these big steel structural steel buildings. which are not, except machines have very considerable possible weights of forces transfer. Problem is only wind forces in such present winds. 160 kilometers per hour wind are expected in such areas which are near sea and in desert. Rain volume, sometimes rain is heavy, sometimes is not heavy. So protection from rain is required, but not to that level as wind required. And seismic zone is also very normal in such areas. So we can say there's some relief too, as you can say, low level of rain and low expectations from earthquake forces or seismic actions. Those levels are only considered in our soil investigation, which are not impacted by this rain and I think what other factors are there. Wind is very important. So soil investigation is done keeping abreast all these conditions, and means you can say selective methods would work, like as I discussed, plate bearing test for purpose of knowing bearing capacity, and also bore logs for purpose of knowing stratification up to 20 meters say or 30 meters say, varying from area to area, and what is position near sea and what is position of 1 kilometer from sea, like that, so that we know how water movement can affect, because water movement is also very important. We cannot simply leave it to selected methods, as we said that bearing capacity or bore logs or N or penetration test from penetration test, like as we know this, or this will work. Now those will support also water soil movement. Even water is mixed, water mixes soil particles below foundations, and because there is no residential area of course, but more than residential areas, it is near sea, and water of sea has to come what may sometime in future. So how that seepage water, because this is expected to be sandy or silty sand or clay sand, or you can say sand mixed with limestones or lime dust. Water has to move there into that, because this is granular structure, or you can say adhesive structure, because sand grains and lime grains, limestone grains, and you can say fine sand like silica and much finer clay must be there, but in small quantity. It's not in, maybe we cannot say it's clay sand, you can say it's silty sand, or this is lime sand. Could be, such impurities could be there, and those impurities can be taken out only to some extent, not all extent, and that's very important point we have to consider in such type of designs. So that is one part, because water is mixed with natural soil. It's a big problem in some cases, because in this case, because of granular movement, or you can say kind of passage of water through soil, it's very powerful when level of sea is high, when there is you can say, I'm not saying tornado, you can say high waves. You say high waves, or if you can say curved portion, you can say when near sea, this near sea, we cannot say beach here actually, seashore, we can say, shore at water continent junction, I need to say, where surface ends and enters into sea. In that portion, if structure of soil within is sandy, sand, which allows pores and porosity, and which has porosity as well as permeability, if those pores are interconnected to each other, giving ways for water seepage to move fast due to increased pressure of water rise in sea level, that can cause heavy movement of water into soil and can dissolve soil particles like fine sand or fine clay or fine silt or whatever other, and dissolve that one or carry in suspension these particles towards this area. That impacts foundation of all areas, which you can say is very dangerous, or that water in passage of time, many years, it goes below foundations, can cause sand boiling, can cause harm to foundations. That is very, very great supposition in some cases. Cannot ignore that. It can take away soil particles or replace them with other particles. So we have to think of that. Is it worth, or do we know history of that area, how it has conducted during such existing conditions of water level increase, and if we find something by geotechnical investigation based information or by some other reliable methods. I'm not talking alone soil bearing capacity here. I'm talking something about chemistry or physical combination of these strata with other strata, with dynamic or movable strata, can cause some problems. Those points maybe your technicians or technical report writer would not be in a position to give you, because it's in-depth understanding of engineering management that we have to consider with. In this case, even your literatures are very limited. Extensive literature may not be available because very few researchers work in such fields, and you can't expect such information from books, routine books. This means you should have one engineer of having such knowledge, either to work with laboratory or to analyze the reports correctly. When there is water presence, it shall also affect piping work, because in such plants, lot of underground piping, local piping, and in air piping or above ground piping works, and without piping you cannot say that this is an industrial project. Because we have confined ourselves in to building supervision, building designs, but we have forgot that this is also building. Means you want to take rest, you are a building, you are taking rest, take rest. If I am taking rest, I am building, I am also taking rest. Let me take rest for some little. The point rises here, how then technician, how do they do job? Means there should be some instruction from client, or there should be some specifications, or there should be some feed document. We should tell them what to do. If you don't have feed as such, then you know, laboratory people shall do only according to your limited knowledge, because you have to tell them what to do. And if you too don't have the limited knowledge, you shall also not be in a condition. Means somebody would say something, other one says something else, and you do not know that there is a document for this. Feed is there, and feed also covers soil. Means this point should be understood. Why don't you understand all this? Let's go further and tell me what. We'll talk about this. Let's go further and see. As I said, this is a plant, and we have thousands and thousands cubic meter of RCC work. You can say more than 150,000 cubic meter of RCC, or say 200,000 cubic meter of RCC work to be done in this area, and that is all separate areas like this. You can say here process area. As I said, this is your hold on. So this is your plant here. It's in slide number. Slide number is 9. No, 6. This is 6. This is process area, where I can say, if you see, there are so many structures in just congested portion, and there are again so many structures in another congested portion, and there are so many other structures in the same congested area, and then there is a big area where there is a substation, another substation, then another building, like that. There is this control building, and also another. If you go behind, the more and more, so hundreds of such structures on which structural steel is building superstructure, and RCC is in foundation. This is in process area, having many equipments, many trains, and all equipments have ground controls from first party controls. That is additional. That is, thousands and thousands of deep concrete, deep foundations. I'm not saying piles, deep massive blocks to be done in such building, and higher, superstructural, structural steel cladding buildings. You may say housings for these units, for machines, or if they are vessels, then they are open. Certainly, like that, you have to understand first what you are going to do with that. If you go to do that, certainly at time of soil investigation, that laboratory shall not have that information. But those engineers who cooperate with them, they must tell them what's expected of the soil. Because when you go down to say 10 meters or more, 15 meters for some structure, certainly you will have to cross many sections, or you can say many courses of various courses could be there. Top sand layer, I say center, maybe in one layer, and then you go to down, say after 1 meter again you will find something, again you find something, that again and again. It's not mine. Mine is only service that I am interested to get to serve this sick person. Now, the sick person is here, soil. I said sick person. Sick person is here, laboratory. Sick person is here, project. I have to solve this problem, so I make soil investigation and conduct a lot of tests. And when we discuss some reports of soil, you will understand what I am talking about. Because soil investigation is very good part of all projects, and engineers generally avoid it. I don't know reason for that. You have no right to avoid that. So when there is hundreds of thousands cubic meter concrete and same quantity of such structure is still to be molded, then you can say size of project is very important, because thousands of tons of steel you are going to install and thousands cubic meter of concrete you are going to cast, right? Quantum of all works, how much formwork, how much steel. I mean, the notch structure is I'm talking steel about. Reinforcing bars we are going to use. How many buildings we are going to construct. How many underground lines we are going to lay. There is also hundreds of thousand lines. Yeah. We can call it more than nuclear revolution. More than nuclear revolution. Well, you should have general knowledge about that. If you are an experienced engineer, if you know that there are so many machines coming up, what expected foundation is that, you should have experience of that. So, soil investigation is done in covering all these assumptions, all these probabilities, and site tests and laboratory tests shall all be combined in both soil report. That shall be very good guide for those who are responsible for the project. If engineers raise a let's just say by 1 degree or 2 degree, it makes a lot of difference. So in this case, I have questioned that this was done. Soil investigation, I have seen this report many times, and this report is very descriptive and it gives details of all bearing capacity and depth of foundation, and what type of foundations you need, how they should be connected, and there's nothing as such. We should be very smart on such subjects, on such activities, and if we are not smart, we lose ourselves. In this case, you can see this is a process plant here, which is responsible for complete processes of all equipment connected together in form of trains or otherwise. That is 30 kelvins after it's done. But now we are talking of quantities. Don't forget that quantities here are very high. Excavation quantities are high, so there is no excavation at this moment because it's natural soil at low level. But we have to see when we raise this filling, by spatial methods we design for backfill. That's a question mark now, how to do that. You have to import backfill, special backfill material for this. After testing of that source, this backfill we are going to do say by 2 meters or whatever to raise level of your what you call it, structures. Flow is very important in such scenario, because if there is flood, that flood should not damage your machine's foundations or your building's foundations. And you raise level also, because at least we shall avoid 2 meters or 3 meters of ground where there is impact of heat or impact of electrical movement through wet soil areas. That could also be a supposition behind raising level. Means plant should work safe in all weather conditions. Otherwise, you have to shut down plant if there is problem from rainwater. So this method of precautionary methods is not only at some level that we are using mass, but it's at every level where there is a structural requirement. Generally, all buildings are raised, floors are raised in such industrial areas so that you are safe from complete danger. There is, some machines whose foundations you can say 25 meters by 5 meters by 6 meters by 8 meters and 2 meters height, 3 meters height. That is very general requirement on such buildings. Very general requirement where we say we'll check it, I mean to say we will see how can be done. If we have to build foundation massive block of 2 meters or more depth, and this big block having say 500 cubic meter concrete, this thing is not true. It was not true. That's true. So what I to say, we have to keep in mind that these thousands of cubic meters and foundations, hundreds of cubic meters, particularly concrete that we are going to do, should be quality concrete. When I use quality concrete, means that is for particular area, not for a project or individual alone. And when you see project in totality, it's then different. So why I am telling you all this? Soil report shall be given by laboratory, expert laboratory, and that report should be thoroughly analyzed and understood by design and site engineers both. At that time, design is important, so this report be given design and concurrently. Design also to try to do everything. We have many backs. There are many back knowledges. That knowledges must be used. Sometimes we remember, sometimes we don't remember. But also remember, once you start that one and you work on site, you certainly come to know what you have followed because of this natural property. We always get angry and say, see what's written in our constitution in Article 30. Means we have to see all these points. Management or management of organization of such products are very complicated because there are many stakeholders involved. On top are involved our stakeholders of that organization or operational organization that is going to do this project, that's going to operate this project. That organization who is owner of this project, they should feel safe all the time. And in such plants always there are chances of chemical fire, which is very difficult to be controlled and suppressed. But because of system, because of movement of gases, air gases and other chemical gases in air itself, and there are chances everywhere. Once accidental fire happens due to whatever reason, and that cannot be controlled. So fire preventive measures must be taken mandatorily. Once we attend meetings, we know many things how this management is conducted by companies. Just for a reminder, I attended some meetings in such companies with the client, In office, even we are sitting, all were sitting in office. Everyone was briefed about how to take protective measures or escape measures if there's a breakdown, if there's fire break in that office building. Even that building we were sitting, I think was 2-storied or something, and I don't know exactly how many stories it was, because it was big building. But they explained to us complete where is exit, where is emergency outdoor, and where is staircase, and how we have to go, and how shall warden or whoever is there help us. In that small office, they started with that. So that's a part of how you handle all disciplines. You have to handle design discipline, and before that investigation discipline, and all activities which are done in our field are taken care of like that. That's where you can say organizational knowledge is important. We cannot leave it to unknown. We have to take care, and that's very important. The project cannot be defined in one talk. Projects which run for years. Say I stay for 3 years on some project, though this small period people can stay up to 5 years, 6 years, depending upon what project it was. But even if you stay for 1 year, during 1 year you work there, but you also see work is going on, because seeing work is going on is also real knowledge. When you can read from books and say I have learned this, and if you can see something moving, after all, in learning cannot be stopped by someone. Entry may be stopped into that area, but learning cannot be stopped. So that's my point of view. Means organization is not limited to any soil investigation or any construction, or you can say something else, planning or coordination or something like that. Again, I say, don't depend upon book knowledge, don't depend upon what others say, depend upon receiving every information that you get through others, but think on that. Maybe that information is not worth, or you can add something on that information to do a better job. That is where we stand in this world, and that is where engineering stands. The real meaning of engineering is think, and improve and do engineering. Plan, do, check, and act. So when we say plan means this means think everything and then deliver it. And when we say deliver, means after doing all acts of construction, designs, etc., we have to take care of that. Just like you see 2 times this power has gone, this means there is no organization. They're all taking hit and trials and doing work. It is not now, it isn't happening since I have been in this house, I think more than 12 years. There is no improvement in system here. So can you call it organization? I condemn such organization. If you cannot improve your system, there is so bad systems or some fire in something, and my computer was impacted upon by that, and that computer broke. My desktop broke because of such people. What can I do? So management of progress, or you can say application of activities, application of engineering are tremendous. You cannot confine yourself to only one subject. And if you want to go away to higher level, you have to know all that. All that you have to know. It's not easy, but it's not difficult as well. If you keep in touch with every requirement, you can do that. So in this, as I explained to you in all these, again I tell you, this is, total plant in that. Before that is sketch, view of night. Then there is, you can say night, and that is slide number 2, which says cracking furnaces. Cracking furnaces means it will crack, received byproduct gas, yes, it will crack that gas through this furnace, and this furnace shall have many equipment in that, and of course this will crack gas compressor, and this is, you can say, whole plant. As you said, this plant is in all components of, you can see there is. Then there's another one, same scene as we discussed now. And then there's this administration area, which is having administration and facilities and warehouses. They are having in that. Facilities means whatever facility, and whatever, some religious place for people, because this is desert. People cannot go anywhere for performance of their daily routines and religion, so something is given to them on sites, and such sites itself, at least to respect their belief. Then there's again details of process and electrical substation in one, and then it's flare in one slide. It says exhale fire, and to say fire tower or flare tower can be said, where gases saved from this plant are allowed to go up into weather. And another point of carbon dioxide emission in that. Currently it has now been allowed by. So various structures there. And there is again, landscape of that area, big area, administration area, where people will move, come and go all time. This well finished area where complete grass and plantation and completed roads and trees are shown. In this area you can see okay, gentlemen, this is administration area, landscape, and now this another one. It's also having same area with warehouse, of course, included in this extended landscape, extended, you can say, area. And then you can go further and you will find that this is Vibrax area and flare, and you may say this is another cross this. You go further, you'll find more details. This is, then there's another one area, and that is called sea water basin, which is very important structure in any plant, water plant, whose purpose is very specific. It's not joke actually, it's not swimming pool, it's not required, but it's design of different type. It has the capacity to hold for at least 2 days water. Sea water basin means it's very big size. Its size is as big as requirement of water, cooling water for that plant. Then says RCC wall, RCC base, inclined base, flat base, RCC composite, that big walls and big construction joints in bottom, the joints and walls all move at the same time. Thousands of liters, lakhs of liters of water is to be accommodated in this. Then you can say this water enters this basin through these pipes shown, big pipes, 84-inch diameter pipe or more, and this water is stored in this tank for purpose of further sending, because route from sea itself is very long. It has to be taken in from sea by intake pump, which we showed there, big pump, and then this water by maybe ductile iron or somewhere else. This will come up to this point, and from here this shall be sent. How many times we don't know, but it is said that these are a ductile pipe. Oh, I'm not sure, but it should be. Then this water is stored in this reservoir, in this basin, and then whenever required, this water is cooled, is circulated to all process trains, and this is continuous process. This may come back after one circling, and then maybe small treatment somewhere, then again sometime, and then there is access for some period. Dear friends, this is what the purpose was to tell you about this, because such water reservoir, big one, requires a lot of attention, how to design it and how to construct it. Because when there is 10 meters depth water pressure, how much is pressure and what should be pressure? So 15 hours sometimes, 20 hours sometimes, 8 hours. This water is 10 meters down, let us say. 10 meters down means 10 tons per square meter is force on floor of this reservoir, and wall is under horizontal pressure of WH square over 2. Horizontal pressure for what? WH square over 2, that is end pressure, and 0 is top pressure for WH, and WH square 2 is pressure WH into H over 2, or H over 3. You can say moment is WH cube over 6. WH is pressure, as I said, 10 tons per square meter, and force on wall, you can say 1/3 from bottom or 2/3 from top. That moment there applies there, that's WH cube or 6. Like that, we should remember, use maybe or forget in the graph, and like that. Then you can say testing of this water, and not only testing, water test or test is very cumbersome, because you have to fill this, as we said, you have to fill it many days, and during filling itself you have to hold it every meter some autogeneous healing of that, and how this water helps concrete to save itself. And there's a specific procedure defined for that. And the BS 8007 is defined, and that's one is very clear. And like this, if you construct some water reservoir for this purpose, means it has continued communication with well, it's not that only this is limited to this time. There are many other such water bodies on such projects. There's a lagoon one, water body, then another water body, the sulfur chamber, and there can be many more if required. This is very much part of project and how these joints shall be done between, bottom raft of tank to walls, and between walls to walls, and how to design them, how to fill them, so that there is no water that leaks from the sun and water. We shall give information to those people who deal with this, and shall take all information that this people give us. And after taking those information, we will see what we have to do with that. So this is seawater basin. This is big design and big execution also. There was no method. We developed method statement for this. There was no method how to test evaporation loss, because in this case evaporation loss is also a big factor. Just to know, we have to see fall due to leakage, but due to fall of leakage, if there is water evaporation, that also comes from loss. So that must be known in how many hours is zero. Ground we see a center ground. Now, keeping in view this tank supply 2 parts, and this is because heavy duty work, and this is complete now from tank bank. So like this, we complete all the structures area wise and zone wise, and then all the structures like that. Say so we then move on to other one, and that's electrical substation. Electrical substation means this is in blast area. Blast area means there is always chance of blasting processing. This no one can avoid them. It has to happen. That's what we have to think of. What structure we have to provide them, because we cannot research on this small aspect of industries were already in 60 or 40. So that blast walls and blast walls. When I wanted to work on such projects, I felt very much scared, because I did not work before on such projects. I thought I don't know what is there, what is technology there. But when I joined and starting doing that, immersed in that based on my past knowledge, I thought that it was not very much difficult to understand, to pick up what is required, because formula are generally available, and how to handle that. You have to take into a method statement while they're describing how you do the job. So these substations are very different design of such buildings, glass buildings, or resilient glass. There is no nuclear which is 6-point cluster. Let's further understand. There's no such requirement. The requirement of work, and you cannot say these days that you do what real time. Later on, now we see, now we jump on from this substation, because this completely RCC structure, and then there is a blast consideration in this. You can say that portion also is RCC wall. And when this is blast consideration is blast area, when this process area and goes 600 beyond confined unrestricted area, say up to 1 or 2 or 3 kilometers, they are still Bojan started. And he will never accepted that. This is no project. So I try to keep projects sometimes here so that you can understand which are glass buildings. There's another building that is the central control building, that's also glass building, which gives all the costs of this building. We have to consider glass of two considerations. We go down then further and further on this and find that there's another tank. This is LNG tank, which is liquefied natural gas, and this foundation is also very same site preparation that we did in last one for about a we filled same thing, and many things when it came 10 meters thickness, but in layers only, cannot cross layers, particularly FIDIC, and maybe in, you can say, those layers is something. Yes. My dear friends, this is LNG tank plant. You see this page on that video. There's resource, that is sharing screen. This is I think plate number. Let me hold on and tell you what's that number. This is number 14 plate. This shows four tanks, LNG tanks, and I remember this foundation which are the side preparation of that. We're talking of superlative design of various collected resources of soil. If you mix those without problems of this one solidifying or increasing density of that soil. So equipment is the same except piling team is there, and everything there is there, all things are there. This is now a big foundation for this. This is very heavy tank, as I said before. 80 meter diameter, 80 meter internal diameter, and then wall thickness, RCC, and clear test up to 50 meters. This tank is full of gas, in future shelf full of gas. You can see weight of this tank, RCC, containment and internal metallic tank at minus 60 to 80 degrees in storage. And foundation of this tank and also superstructure cupola of this tank all have to go in one tank. So little bit elaborate. That's why I said foundation engineering is very difficult in such field of soil. There also we fill 2 or 3 meters for making it better, and that 2 or 3 meters soil were designed. No design of soil. No. Have you ever heard design of soil? You might not have heard, because this happens when we don't get required quality of soil. So we have to produce that one by bringing material from 2 or 3 sources. It is to them with the payment, because you have to pay to someone. Even if our competition here in our country for everything. Granular soil is very good for works, but it's not available everywhere. So I saw here also, designing soil first. How to design, how to get a better report. I think 2 meters or 3 meters filling was done there for this. All cycles they are all there will happen. When you fill that much soil, you have to fill in layers again, and you have to take FIDIC of that, and where corners coming per circle, you have to think of how to do. But you can go and see how this work is done. Beautiful working of this. Because I am not talking of only soil in this soil relevance to these structures. I am not extending this talk to items of that. We will take them later on and debate with this consultants. What should we do? How we should do? Does cupola also understand? In a music sense, you see, we is good serving sometimes, but technical point must be there. Otherwise, even if you improve topsoil, bottom cells are not improved. Ultimately, it's only part solution, not full solution. We go to them. It's another project. This is another building is small one, of course, but RCC building is very important one. So if you can say that this is a shooting range, it's a firing range, you can say this is also very important point, very important product, and that is what I say. It's a firing range or a shooting range which can shoot up to fire up to 300 meters in those times. I'm talking of 1986. Already 7, and if you compare now, you may find many technologies automatic working, but I can't rely on them. Being an engineer, it's my duty to ensure that everything is right, and if my work I cannot ensure, then why should I depend on others who is more qualified or is more important than you? That person doesn't understand that. seems like that it's having one small building. Then it is a long coverage which is not covered by roof but just open baffle walls on both sides. 300 meters long wall and about 5 meters height. In the beginning it's more than 5 meters, and this is for protection that your bullets should not penetrate out to public. By chance it remains our surface. This is RCC wall and that's RCC building, except walls, superstitious walls. There's a footing in the little plan. This RCC wall is fair face 1, architectural face 1, and this is up to end, and there is located one trap chamber. You can see sand trap chamber where bullets are this or this fused, like you can say, or re-energized in sand pit or sand. Whatever relative sensitive side. These bullets now you this range of 300 meters and trap chamber which is having high slab inclined one and then flat one, and then there's backfill around the purpose of embankment, and there's further build up in that. When you design such stuff, I remember this was designed, this bullet cup pencil are not designed, so one mature cylinder designed that, very well designed this one. And this was big structure to be constructed, and I missed in this something which I many times told, that there was some problem in surveying of this, in location of this building, and after that is put. We got one such area where they were started from after doing excavation. RCC 3 meters, 300 meters long, remember 5 meters height, 300 meters long, 5 meters, 1500 square meters, and then it is maybe 30 centimeter thick. Think of that. 300 into 5, 1500 square meter, and 150 meter. I will say, no, 300 into 5, 1500 into 0.3, 100.3. This is 0.2, 226, around 226 meters. Okay, so you can say 300 into 1500 into 0.3 is 450 giving you this side and 450 on this side, and then bullet cut chambers make 400. But this work is very powerful. It is wall, it cannot go so fast, and all our walls in this except small building, main building we call that. It's having the RCC structure as well, and so many other small items like in your conference room, in their conference room, that so, ladies and gentlemen, then we move further on to this. So I just wanted to explain you this because this was important. And then this is another building. This is tower portion in Gujarat, on which I was employed for 81, 83 to 81. This building was RCC, complete RCC, including walls in some cases. Walls. Sometimes walls are so strong, sometimes not, it depends. But because it was fascia, the walls were almost fascia. Walls were very convenient. No, this building is, tower portion say from terrace to 14 stories or 15 stories. So these are the projects where I said we had to be thought of. This was just the management viewpoint I gave. I did not give any specific point on that. I just tried to give what sort of place we have. And this is not simple management or organization. We have to stay within quality limits in this. And quality is very important these days, because if you have quality of speed, you have no quality of working, then you are wasting material. Speed without quality of controls shall meet in excellence. That's what it's about. Now if you close this file and let's go to our talk and see. Quality means in this, first quality is testing and how to manage that and how to organize that design of important material or make for doing site preparation. And site preparation means we have to be ready in every respect just to take our stars. Because of that, because we had to start this kind of project. Quality of soil, as I say, import of soil for backfill cover, for lifting of layer improve, raising platform level. That is very important part, because you may have 2 or 3 sources of soil or more sources of such a quantity of soil, which is millions of cubic meters, which is not in hundreds of thousands. So you may have many sources for that soil in all such layers. You cannot depend on excavated soil, but you can use excavated soil. You can use after mixing with those percentages of soil expected by them. quality of coated soil and to reach to desired desired grade of soil, desired percentages of that number, that requires application or implementation of another method which will be designed accordingly to save time. And I think so. After doing all this, after doing all the such work and designing composition of new soils by various methods, and we discuss all methods before. RCC and soil are involved at very high number. If soil work done on site does not give quality, once you learn about these soil mixing designs and completion of job for Indian scientists, they are doing changes in that case, and then contact. We do not represent my purpose is to tell you, produce soil with designs and quality filling, quality compaction and quality insurance. Insurance, not financial insurance. Your quality is not going to fail, that's your insurance. So this is one large information. So we will now move to concrete. After soil mix, we have already discussed in past videos how to use soil mix. Chemistry of concrete must be understood very good before you think design sometimes. let understand that. So how the quality also the problem. We take a quality also, we know what quality is. Now we go to soiling, because this is general language talk and we talk daily about such issues. I cannot complete in one talk because it's based on experience. Soil, let's say soil which is, you can say, which is foundation of structures. I can say soil and foundation is actual word. Soil and foundation is actual word rather than saying something else. I have talked so far about soil in various ways, and we are reaching soil investigation, and that's what is say soil investigation. We'll start elementally, not a higher level, because it should be understood by everybody. Soil investigation, to start with this way. Soil investigation, also called subsoil explorations. Very simply it says, in a very elementary language, nothing very specific, and we should know that. What it says. We should know that, and we should understand that also. It's not simply that I know that. We have to understand too, and if you don't understand, we miss something, it's lost. Because it's foundation of foundation. It's not simply, you can say, what I am saying is not, no, it's not that. It has to be corrected now. We all know that soil is meant for load bearing and transferring that to, transferring that to, you can say, foundation strata soil below, and that foundation further takes it down to lower layers. That is beauty of soil. It does not keep with it, but disseminates it to further layers, and ultimately this load is sometimes lost to where we do not know. This is lost somewhere and nobody knows where it is lost. No problem for that, let it lost. That is lost somewhere, I don't have any problem with that. After all, it's its property. It is responsible for digesting it. So what can I do in that case? Nothing. I have to bear it. That's my point of view, I say. I have to bear it. I means soil has to bear it. This is responsibility of soil. And soil is, very efficient in this, because soil also knows its job. We should think that way. We should not say soil is dead material, it cannot know this. It's very live material, and as far as I understand, it is real material. It is real material because it knows its job. If soil doesn't know its job, then I can say nobody knows its job. Soil is very useful and very merciful for all. It is merciful because it's taking our responsibility, it's taking a load of everyone. That's why it's very beautiful. And I should say that soil is much stronger than what I am. You may be surprised. No, I am talking this, right? Don't get surprised. It's not like that. Soil is that, I know. Soil is that, we know, but we don't know what soil is and what not. So soil is your friend as well as soil is my friend. I can say that. Soil is my friend, I should say that. Why I am telling soil about this? I want to entertain you that people have a habit that they do not respect soil. I don't know why they don't respect soil when soil deserves highest level of respect. I want to raise them of soil actually. This is my duty. People have some wrong conception about soil. They say this is mitti. They say everybody has to go to soil. Everyone has to go to dust. Everybody has to go to khak. People say like that. Well, nothing wrong with that. Everybody has to go forever. If we came from somewhere, you see, everybody goes, first of all, from where we come, just a philosophical question. We come from womb. Every one of us comes from womb. And what is womb? You think of that yourself, don't ask me. If you have a capacity to think, you think. If you don't have capacity, don't think, don't worry. And where do you go? We go to either funeral and cremate ourselves, cremate dead body, or we go to, it may be funeral or it may be electrometherium, doesn't matter, same thing, or we go to graveyard. What is purpose? What is purpose after all? Because we don't want to keep dead body, okay? We don't want to keep dead body because it decomposes, and because of decomposition, why does it decompose? That's also a question. Why does it decompose? We know this organic material, our body, and every body is organic material, and organic material base which is not inorganic. Every organic material decomposes. Every organic material decomposes. Banana, vegetable, fruits, we eat. Wheat, grains, rice, we eat. We eat them. We buy and eat, or we grow and eat. Either we grow ourselves or we eat, or buy from someone we eat. But if you do not eat that in a required duration, and if you do not preserve it also, within 2-3 days, or if it is hot weather, maybe earlier, all you store shall become uneatable, not worth eating. Because you say it has become septic, or it has become infected with, or it has got fungus. We say like that. This means that material which we are going to eat was perishable. If we don't eat it, it will change its form and spoil, and its identity, and it's what we wanted to eat, and we cannot eat that one which is fungus, or it's having fungus, or it's having decomposition, and decomposition means growth of bacteria. Some bacteria, it may be aerobic bacteria, if not anaerobic, and we cannot take bacteria, so we use this reject that, disregard that. Our soil is inorganic or organic, you think of. Does soil deteriorate? Have you ever heard? Have you ever heard that soil was decomposed and it becomes something else? Soil has a capacity to decompose your body. Or it has a capacity to integrate your ashes within this. When you cremate, what remains? Bones, pieces of bones and ashes. Ashes not because of soil, ashes not because of body, ashes because of firewood. Fire that we use timber and we are converted to ashes. Whatever real is your bones. Remains, bones, and maybe mixed particle of your soil in that ash. So that ash is a combination of timber we use for burning, or wood we use for burning, and some your mass or flesh or whatever. This means soil is not organic, and we demand in engineering that we want soil free of organic material, free of impurities, free of foreign materials. Like that we always be conditioned. Because inert material means which cannot be reacted with, and material which is the other one that we call impurities or organic material. Because organic material thrive itself in soil, grow up and won't work with inorganic material. We say in chemistry, if you are in 108 days, I used to be long on the university also, 108 materials or metals which cannot be reacted with, because they are short in power, because of interest. We took a lot interest in understanding. Actually, we confuse always. We have body here. This body is full of inorganic material as well as organic material. Inorganic material means we eat iron, we take other items also. But body is organic, it cannot digest iron. It can give energy to some extent, but it cannot digest metals. We cannot digest 108 metals, and we are organic being, and every day we change our composition. This is with everybody. We have partly, minutely some inorganism within us. But soil dissolves us, and sometimes because of chemical actions within. Among this, created chemicals in graveyard and water contents and pest pollution. Everyone knows about this. But you see, everywhere there is a growth in soil. Even if you don't see it, if you don't do anything, growth comes up, plants comes up, weeds comes up. How? It's because of environment this comes up. There are chemicals, there are organic chemicals, and there are within soil itself impurities, organic materials, and water, and moisture, and also rain and solar system. All these support growth, and though it's no useful, but it comes up, you cannot help it. You have just to, you can say, throw it out. What it says, when I say, I'll talk of, that's what I'm talking of. It says that an engineer must possess a reasonably accurate information about soil conditions, its arrangement and physical properties, before he is in a position to design a foundation. Field and laboratory investigations required to get this essential information are known as soil exploration. Due to very complex nature of deposits, no one method of exploration is best suited for all conditions. Thus, object of soil exploration may be outlined as follows. Everybody knows this. I'm just referring to because we forget. It says, number 1, depth, extent, nature and variations of soil strata. Depth, extent, nature and variations of soil strata. Physical properties of soils encountered. Depth to which underlying rock bed when necessary. Approximate values of strength and compressibility of soil bed. Seasonal variations in groundwater table. Then you say selection of foundation types. First step is to inspect site and study topographical features. For deciding future program and exploration. Many informations can be gathered from local people regarding type of soil, seasonal variation of groundwater table, highest flood level, then you say highest flood level, seasonal variations of groundwater table, types of cracks and failures in existing buildings of that area. But for important, costly and multi-story buildings, soil must be investigated properly. And these days we have all multi-story buildings or important buildings. No building can be called unimportant. That time has gone. Programming for subsoil investigation. Programming for subsoil investigation. It's evident that a careful stratigraphic survey is first substantial requirement for useful subsoil investigation. Improper program for a given project depends on type of project, importance of project, and nature of subsoil involved. In general, large dam project would usually require a more thorough subsoil investigation. Dam would be a highway project. Well, finding that something I want to define. In general, large dam project would usually require a more thorough soil substrate investigation than would a highway project, even if cost of two may be comparable. Soft clay also require more investigation than gravels. Two obligatory steps in whatever subsoil exploration may be. We outline what are investigation of general geographical character of site, and to make exploratory drills holes that provide more specific information regarding general character and thickness of individual strata. Important data on subsurface conditions can be obtained from available maps and publications of various government authorities whatsoever, if applicable. Detailed data on foundation conditions is highly developed areas may be found in technical periodicals and reports. I don't think this is done. And you can say a study of stereoscopic aerial photographs facilitates detection of slide areas, buried channels, holes, faults, and other subsurface regularities. Then we can say most natural soils deposits can be classified as one of following principal types. Now, a study would say so many things. You see, there may be certain stratas which you can say river channel deposits, floodplain deposits, shore deposits, glacial deposits, wind-laid deposits, and deposits formed by sedimentation in standing water, residual soils. So there are so many points you can cover up, and you can add many more to this. There is no restriction on that. And there are also bathymetric surveys. It's only river they are talking. I'm talking something else also. Bathymetric, BATHO, that is seabed. In case profile is erratic, effort should be made not to obtain accurate data regarding physical properties of individual soil samples, but on collecting reliable information about the structural pattern of subsoil with increasing complexity of soil strata results from elaborate laboratory information about the structural pattern of subsoil with increasing complexity of soil can say that results from elaborate laboratory investigation decreases rapidly and often become useless or misleading since aerative soil profiles are by far most common. Instances are relatively rare in which elaborate and large scale testing. Now, on routine jobs, on routine jobs, moderate size in areas with known foundations conditions, soil testing can be limited to determination of index properties of spoon samples that obtained from exploratory holes. Past experience, and a reasonable factor of safety can compensate gap in information obtained. From exploratory holes. In foundations of an important structure, foundation of an important structure is to be placed on a initially homogeneous layer of clay. A considerable amount of soil testing by experts may be justified as test result will allow accurate prediction of time rate of settlement and total settlement, which in turn allows for suitable adjustments to avoid harmful differential settlement at reasonable expenses. Great majority of borings are vertical, but inclined borings are used in advantage for taking samples under existing structures for exploring. Inclined strata and subsurface irregularities like lenses, cavities, faults, zones, etc. Inclined Inclined boreholes have occasionally been used instead of vertical holes for systematic exploration of a dam sites with such spacing that top of one borehole is vertically above bottom of an adjacent borehole. So we are thinking, we are thinkers, and thinkers do this. No problem. Let us go further. Now, inclined boreholes have occasionally been used rather than it's wrong. Inclined boreholes have occasionally been used instead of vertical holes for systematic explorations of dam sites with such spacing that top of one borehole is vertically above bottom of an adjacent borehole. The preliminary borings must be supplemented by intermediate borings as required by extent of area and subsurface conditions encountered. Number of pits and borings. It should be such that any major changes in thickness depth and soil properties of strata affected by intermediate surroundings and works is really revealed easily in exploration of area of limited extent. Boring should preferably be located near corners of area and should not be less than 3 holes unless subsurface conditions are known to be quite uniform. However, for general guidance, following spacing for pits or boreholes is suggested, which is not mandatory but just for guidance purpose, and that is this table is saying, I am not saying, just for information, maybe I decide something else. There is a type of jobs, then there is type of soil in horizontal strata, that is uniform or average or erratic, distance between boring in this, and minimum number of boring at each job. It says 1 or 2 story structure. 1 or 2 story structure, if it is uniform, you can say distance between borings in meters is 60 meters. I think it's quite big. Going as well, no problem. 60 meters, average is 30, and erratic is 15. So its uniform is 60 meters. Maybe you have to 1 or 2 maximum bores, and minimum number of bores is not defined here because not necessarily clear. Multi-story structure says it should be 45 meters if uniform, and it should be 30 meters if average, and if it is erratic, 15 meters, and minimum number of boring at each job is 4. This is for multi-story buildings. Of bridge, piers and abutments, uniform is not, but average is 30 meters and erratic is 15 meters, and 1 or 2 for each foundation. Highways and airports, you can say distance between boring is 300 meters in uniform and 150 meters in average. And 150 meters. Depth of exploration. Depth of exploration. Required depth of exploration, size and type of proposed structure. What is that? In that case, you have to decide depth. Design considerations such as safety against foundation failure, excessive settlement, seepage, earth pressure, character and sequence of subsurface strata. All these points you have to keep in mind while deciding that. There is no, you cannot define just by your suppositions. It depends your experience actually, what depth you should take. Boring must penetrate all deposits which are unsuitable for foundations. Purpose and purpose end should be extended. Boring must penetrate all deposits which are unsuitable for foundation purposes and be extended to strata of deposit adequate bearing capacity. If geology of site is known, depth can be estimated. Otherwise, a rough estimate can be made by computing approximate stress distribution diagram for a vertical line through center of loaded area or center of footing with greatest load, and then by means of this diagram determine depth at which increase in vertical stress. Well, let's move further. Observer elementary talks observer, and at which increase in vertical stress caused by proposed structure is reduced to a value below which material consolidation of soil will not take place. So somebody recommends above mentioned increase of vertical soil stresses at the required minimum depth of exploration shall not exceed 10% of original vertical stress. This recommendation failed to take into account stiffness and coefficient of compressibility of earlier wall. Accordingly, I am not going to reference to all this later. Now, safety against if in an area subsoil below a group of buildings, if in an area subsoil below a group of buildings is known, certainly not to contain clay or silt layer, it is generally sufficient to explore up to 6 to 10 meters depth, depending upon size and weight of building. Size of area occupied by group does not matter as such, and each building settles almost independently because compressibility of sand strata decreases rapidly with increasing depth. Safety against excessive settlements usually governs required depth of foundation. One should aim to explore that depth where increase in stress due to proposed building will be negligible. For preliminary estimates, depth where increase in vertical stresses do not exceed 10% of original vertical stresses. All that depth should be taken as depth of exploration because under settlement is not likely, where stress due to structure do not exceed 10% of initial stress. In soil due to overweight. Now we go further on this. It says, let us say, boring depth in meters and width of building in meters. It says width of building in meters, let's say width of building is 30 meters and number of stories 1. So boring depth in meter is 3. If width of building is 30 meters and this is 2 story, then 6 meters, 3 story, 8 meters, 4 story, 10 meters, 5 story, not given, 6 story, 13 meters, and 8 story, 16 meters, 16 stories, 24 meters. If 60 meter width, then number of columns. If it is 60 means you have to increase this like this for 1 story. If 60 meters 3.5, then 2 story 6.5, 3 story 9, 4 story 12, then 6 story 6.5, and 8 story 21, and then 16 story 31.5. Number of stories. And if it is 120 meter wide width of building, and if its number of stories is 1, 3.5, 2, 7, 3, 10, 4 is 13.5, 6 is 19, 8 is 24, and 16 is 41. Our simple rule is that boring should be 3 meters for each story of the building. And for heavy embankments and dams, depth should not be less than twice height. In deep cuttings, boring should be taken 2 meters below bottom of excavation. Groundwater levels. Well, I think I should start talking from the contract now. This will talk later on better. We'll talk on groundwater. Well, we'll talk something on contract. We'll leave it for tomorrow. Okay. We'll talk something on contract and FIDIC. It's very important now. No way out on that. So let's talk about FIDIC or contracts. Very important, just a minute, let me FIDIC and sites contracts, project contracts. Contracts Big deal. Big deal. We cannot understand contracts. Contracts cannot be understood in isolation. Contracts cannot be understood just by language of contract. Contracts cannot be understood just by price. And contracts cannot be understood just because you are qualified and unqualified. Or somebody is a judge, or somebody is an advocate, or somebody is an engineer, or somebody is an owner, or somebody is an expert. Contract can be understood only in contractual spirit, not otherwise. Sorry. Understanding of contracts is by experience of engineering, because we are talking of engineering contract. We are not talking of insurance contract or medical claim contract or bus travel contract or train travel contract or flight travel contract or some item purchase contract or hire contract or employee contract. No. We are talking of something very big. All bigger than this what we are thinking. So it's not something marriage contract. It's not something, you buy something in that contract. No, it's not that. It's not warranty contract. It's not, maintenance contract. It's completely professional contract. Not, street contract. Insurance, medical, this and that, the very, very small pieces of contract. 2-page contract, 3-page contract, that's not contract. That is limited contract. You travel by a flight, oh yes, it's a contract. You travel by bus for 12, it's etc. This contract is something else. We are talking long duration. Not only long duration, long warranty. When some building is constructed, some city is constructed, a complex is constructed, when something happens in millions and billions of dollars or euros, it takes years to construct that. It takes millions of man hours, person hours to construct that. It's not easy. It's time consuming. It's material consuming. It's money consuming. It's quality consuming. And ultimately, it gives us something in new form. It gives us something which we never saw before or we never used before. That something is specific. It is specific until it's given, and of course it is specific until something parallel comes in. We can't take it for granted that something is done. Cannot be taken for granted. Contract is a contract. Contract is a contract. It is to be understood in that spirit. And contract means not language of contract. Not language of contract. Contract means implication on that language. We can write something, but it should be related to something else. It should be related to engineering. It should be related to construction. It should be related to designs. It should be related to performance. It should be related to right technology or wrong technology. It should be related to what he has put on the side. It should be related to what should have done. It's not what judge thinks or what engineer thinks. It's what should be done. That's important. If someone doesn't understand engineering, he has no authority to talk of contract engineering. If somebody doesn't understand how construction moves, he is not thought to think of that decision. No way. We are not dolls of law. We are dolls of work. If we can't understand engineering, we cannot understand contracts. So simple. It's not language again I'm saying. It's work. It is work that is under contract. It's not price alone. It's price in relevance to work. And work is not simple work. Work is bound by many laws. Work is bound by designs. Work is bound by specifications. Work is bound by testing and commissioning. Work is bound by theories. Work is bound by how operations are conducted. Work is bounded that way. No other way. If I do not understand site works, if I don't know what to do, if I don't know what's right or what's wrong, what's compliance or what's not compliance, I can't relate this to contract, and contract can't relate to work. FIDIC gives form of contract, indeed, or even if FIDIC doesn't give, contract shall remain there. We will devise our contract. What's wrong with that? We know what we are doing and we know what price we will get. That's contract. That's it. We know what we are going to do and we know how much we will do and we know what's price of one. We will get price of all. That's contract, so simple. Why fighting then? Why claiming then? I have to decide on this because we do not want to comply. We are two parties. One is employer and one is a contractor. Or you can say both are contractors as far as contract is concerned. In legal terms, both are contractors. Because they are on same contract, same track, we move on same track. I am going in this direction, you follow me, or I follow you, or we move parallel. We both are moving, and then we can say project moves. Project moves because we move. If I sleep, other party sleeps, can project move? Project cannot move. Never. There is in signal showing video 0 and audio 0. I don't know, my voice is going not 13.1. Well, I am shouting. I don't know, my voice will be recorded or my face will be recorded. I can't say with guarantee because there is a fluctuation in this kbps transmission of video and kbps transmission of audio. Fluctuations has been going on. Well, I say I am contractor. You say I am owner or I am employer. Yes, we are. We are. That's true. We are. We have isolated descriptions and joint descriptions, both. We move jointly for sake of this objective, and that objective is project. I am project owner and you are project contractor. Project owner plus project contractor both equal to production of project. Project employer or project owner plus project contractor both make project reality, physical work. This we have to do. This means we both understand our responsibilities, our duties, and our liabilities. And if we do not understand that, then how we can contract? How can I enter into contract if I don't know what's going to do? Maybe I don't understand technology fully, but I know we shall do this. If I don't understand, I'll hire someone who understands. Simple. After all, I am going to pay to contractor. I have to ensure that that person would do according to what's given in these documents. Which documents are based on professional preparations. Professionals work on those documents. Those professionals who worked on them, they knew about total engineering of project. Not only engineering but also law projects. I have full confidence in that we can understand this and shall understand. It's not a lecture. It's a fact of life. Why there are disputes on contracts? Because we don't understand each other. There are disputes. Law creates disputes. It's simple. There should be no legal interference in this. It's very simple. There are documents. There are two parties. They are together. They are working. What they have to work is clearly defined. No imagination, no assumptions. It's not diverse case. It's not, ticket case. It's nothing. Everything is in drawing, in the specifications, in documents, and everything is clear. We have to move. Why do we start disputes? Because we don't understand what we are doing. Signing a contract and not doing a contract, why do it? I sign a contract blind eyes. Why? When I sign some document, I have to understand it. I have to understand its implication onto my finances. Why should I be serious then if I am an employer when there is calculated risk in that? And I have taken services of some engineer to get the job done. Who is responsible after all? No one is responsible. We are responsible. Employer and contractor. No one else is responsible. But still misunderstandings move. Misinterpretation of documents move. I don't know why. There is no question of that. There should be no question of that. See, owner is not an ordinary man, but cannot be an ordinary man. Even if that is an ordinary man, there is extraordinary man with him. That's professional. So professional works on behalf of employer. And I am a contractor. I have also experience. I am experienced one. Or if I don't have experience, I am also professional. This means at both ends, if two parties, there should be no loss of loss. There will be no such chance, but there's a problem. Why should there be problem? First of all, when I say concrete is to be done, means it's to be done. That's it. We have to do that. If I don't do that, I can't get money, and employer knows it. If he doesn't do, I will not pay him. So where is this picture? There are hundreds of conditions. There are hundreds and thousands pages of documents, drawings. Let's say contract documents means contract itself, particular contracts, general contracts, particular conditions, general conditions. and then say tender documents also with that, and all of the changes, amendments, whatever is there, and specifications and drawings, all are listed in our documents. Every file which is required is listed there. I'm not saying that I am very good person in contracts. I'm not saying that. Actually, contract has been made a horrific by our people, because to be very frank, to my understanding, contract is easiest one on projects. Difficulty is design, difficulty is work, difficulty is all that. Contract is very easy. There is nothing in contract that should be worrisome. Nothing is there. Worrisome is design, and worrisome is safety of structure, and worrisome is quality of construction, and worrisome is future of project, future of use of that structure. That's worrisome. I think contract can never be worrisome if we are intelligent people, if we are intellectuals. But unfortunately, this is reverse. Engineer, believe me, is very educated person. Engineer, don't take easy. You are intelligent person. You are more intelligent than administrators and law professionals. You are more intelligent than chartered accountants or others, because you are going to create, and you always create assets. Chartered accountant does not create any asset. Advocate does not create any asset. Judges do not create any asset. And all other professionals do not create any asset. Assets are created by engineers. Tell me one professional who creates asset. No one creates asset. They just depend on others. Manager depends on engineer. Manager cannot do anything himself. There's a saying in our community that engineer can be a manager, but manager cannot be an engineer. If manager is qualified, it's different. Otherwise, cannot be. Everyone is dependent on projects. All professionals, except engineers, because they are actually responsible, but they are not considered responsible. They are considered problem creators. That's beauty of this profession. Those who should be given respect, who should be considered for everything, they are disregarded and others come into play. That's beauty of this profession. It's like, cloud. It's like weather that's having overcast sky. The sun is not seen. Others come to that. I should say all others are cloud. Kali ghataएं. Like that, you see. That come and create problems. But they forget even sky is, sky is overcast, yet ultraviolet rays coming thereafter to this penetrate to sky. They don't stop. Ultraviolet never stops. So engineer is ultraviolet, I can say. He sitting at home, it can kick you from there. That's engineer. But engineer don't understand. Engineers should understand that. You are from beginning involved with everything, involved with conception of job. When I'm saying engineer means architect is also included. Don't worry about that, Mr. Architect. Engineer means architect, engineer both. Because architect is a specific term, so engineer is a common term. Engineer and architect equal to engineer. Because you feel, if I say engineer actors equal actors, you feel hangy, so I say, okay, you are also engineer, finished, like it. So they do everything from, inception of something to delivery and operation of something, and they are not considered what they should be. No problem, don't consider us. We know you cannot do anything yourself. We know. Yes, you can do something wrong, that's different. You can depend upon mason, carpenter, technician, depend upon and get done. So certainly building will collapse and collapses, and not one. Every week some building collapses. This tendency is because of you people. You are problem creator, not engineers. And you call engineers, people are creators. When something happens, oh, engineer was not there, people would say, or they would say, oh, he was from SC/ST category. They would say like that. General is people. If some bridge collapses or some building, oh, whoa, this is reservation. This is very common these days. Frankly speaking, if something fails, oh, a person was from reserve class. Straight away means comments come like this, nonsense comments. Engineer is engineer, remember. It's not easy to pass engineering, not even using engineering diploma, forget degree and forget personalization. It's game of intelligence, it's game of vision, it's game of study, it's game of hard work. Then one becomes engineer. It's fault of engineering syllabus. If they don't teach something, it's fault of syllabus. It's fault of those people who do not know anything about engineering and practice, and they design syllabus. Unfortunately, they never been to field, and they are called professors, and they design this. Unfortunate. Go and see syllabus in other countries. These are done by those professors who are well experienced on projects. So problem arrives here in our blank void system. Actually, engineers are cool, to be very frank. They are not dynamic. They are not aggressive. Problem is that our education produces engineers who are passive. PASSIV, again spelling I say, so that you may not misinterpret. Engineers are passive in this country. They digest everything. They digest everything. But don't forget, digestion doesn't mean weakness. Digestion means a strong stomach. Digestion means your stomach works fine, that's why you're eating. Digestion doesn't mean. I'm not including those corrupt engineers who are in government or others who spoil system. I'm not considering those. They are not engineers in my book. They may be whatever rank, I don't consider them engineers. Who mislead people or about whom people think they are robbers. I'm not considering them. I'm not considering those stupid leaders who don't value engineers. I'm not considering them. Engineer is very difficult. It's education, but we have made it a joke. Yes, it's a joke. When engineer learns, there was a time when it was 5 years syllabus, and I am also one of that product, 5 years syllabus. So I'm more actually, because I am not having direct education. I'm having I first 3 years diploma, engineering diploma, and then I was optional study that could be passed in any number of years, whatever years. You could pass in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, depending on the whole IEI examination of graduate engineers or section A and section B, equivalent graduate engineers. I'm proud of that. And I know how much work I had to do, how much study I had to do in those both syllabuses, diploma and degrees. And I know what is that. I don't need any explanation from someone. And I also know what difference between direct degree and indirect degree. Indirect degree includes experience, while direct degree doesn't include experience. I was working I was engaged in responsible position and also studying. When you pass diploma, you start some job. Of course, it's not very high professional job, but it is a job. You start working as junior person in engineering, is quantification, or you can say work on site, or you can say study of drawings, study of specifications, supervising works on site, controlling contractors, etc., etc., or budget estimations, or correspondence, and supporting seniors. All these involved in job descriptions at that time. And when you are on job, you know what is fact in life. At least maybe you say you work for 4 or 5 years, and at the same time you also keep 1 or 2 subjects of experience in further education. So by the time you pass your degree course, that is informal degree course, you get an experience in hand, of course at junior level, for about 4 or 5 or 6 years. I had experience of 6 years at that time when I qualified further degree. And that 6 years were very important for me, because I still remember we had direct engineers, UB, and of course from IIT. And of course we were very gentle, very timid, because we had in mind that I am in diploma and now I'm degree. Oh, this person is direct degree, or oh, this is from IIT. So we had developed a kind of inferiority experience in us, which was wrong actually, because my study was more difficult than they. I had to work and I had to study both, and then they appear in examination. Yes, my upgradation was different, at least for 2 years, because study simultaneously with work and study, and work is not clerical, it is technical. Yes, maybe you are not expert in designs that time, but quantification or supervision, or you can say working on site, and you can say planning incorporation, item rates, and writing, and many more, drawings and dealing with drawings and understanding specifications. You get something, you know what you are doing, and you have a confidence in them, so you cannot say that you are outdated, and that person who is in degree, he doesn't know all this. That's also a fact. This is difference here. Means I can say that degree I did was an integrated practical degree, because it was a kind of internship in this for 2 or 3 years. And when I finished my degree, I had an integral experience of 2 to 3 years or 4 years. So which is more valuable? You can see yourself. Means you are getting knowledge from university, or from examination, or from conducting higher studies, and also you are working responsibly in field. You are making bills, and thereafter they are paid. You are above them though. You can say it's a kind of post-graduation and diploma output. It's kind of. Well, now that is because equivalent to degree syllabus. I'm not arguing on that, but facts I'm telling. There's a difference. So I understand contract better than others. I understand quantification better than others. I understand tendering or bidding better than others, because I was born that way. How to handle contractor, I know better than others. Others means those who are directly educated. I am not saying all others. See, experience teaches everybody, and time teaches everybody, and you see teaching and learning are very important fields. Examination actually starts, engineering examination starts when you are in field. That time examination starts. And also, you should be in field, not in design field. You should be in real field where work is done. People mind it when I say this. They mind it because they think only designing is engineering for them. Construction is not engineering, and they are in that dark thought. Without construction, there can be no designs. Because even designer has to learn from construction. You cannot be a theory designer, you should be a theory plus practical designer. You should be theory plus tutorial designer. If you think I can design sitting in office based on software, of course you would design indeed, but you would not design putting soul into that design, and that soul is real work. That's only my difference. Yes, you are a designer, it's very nice, you should be a designer, but you must have experience of site if you want to be realistic designer. Otherwise you are a theoretical designer. You may know theory, but you will not be exposed to work on site. So you are not a perfect designer, you are imperfect designer certainly. Yes, you may say I go to site and there's no. Just going to site to visit doesn't mean you are a site person. You are an inspector in that case, you are not a site person. You are not touching work, you are not involved in work. A few years you should do that. Then you know what is difficulty in work. Once you want to keep off contracts, this is the intention of all designers, I understand. You want to keep off contracts, you want to keep off disputes, you want to keep off methods, you want to keep off everything, and then you claim that you are a structural engineer. I do not accept this. A structural engineer must know work first. How work is done and how workers respond, how contractor responds, and how everything is done. That's a part of design. That your design is being cooked, your design being shaped. Who is the architect there? Who is the molder there? Who is the potter there? Site engineer is a potter there. Site manager is a potter there. Contractor is a potter there. Work persons are potter there. How are they? Do they know work or no? You assume in office, oh, they are doing according to this. You only assume. You don't sit there to see. Here, where work differs, That's why I'm saying everything is black and white. Everything is clear like heaven. Why we fight then? It's because of we want to play games, nothing else. No site engineer can claim something that is not in contract. No employer can claim something that's not in contract, and no consultant shall allow something that is not in contract. And nobody will give you gold if you pay for timber. Nobody will give you diamond if you pay for silver. This is also true. You cannot claim contract to do miracles for which you are not paying. Contract shall do only what is required to be done per contract. That point engineer must understand. If there is a responsibility on contractor, there is also a responsibility of an engineer. There is also a responsibility on employer, and there is also a responsibility on people of that area, people of country. We just want to take credit and we don't want to take debit. This happens. Two parties are here. What's the problem? I tell me what's the problem. This Arabic style I'm talking. What problem they have? If you ask them, this is dispute. Why dispute? Why dispute? Tell me. Don't you know work? This is contract. Here is contractor, and here is employer. If I don't know this, do it. He'll pay you. Finish. What's the problem? Very simple. Very simple. Problems comes because of misunderstanding, miscommunication, misinformation, and lack of experience. It comes in. See, we do not work for comma and full stop in engineering. We do not come semicolon and colon, or we don't write question marks or mark explanation. That's not required in engineering. If you give your document, draft document or contract to some of advocate, ask him, can you just go through this? Whether something there, here comma, you do not do, semicolon should be here, you don't. That's not question. This is not competition of engineering English. This is not competition of that. If I miss comma, doesn't mean meaning changes, because there is an industrial standard. We say good industrial standard. There is of course industrial standard. We have to work accordingly. We cannot simply say that we have to check comma. In fact, whole project is in comma. Whole project is in comma. When you take up a project, it starts to be comma, and when you deliver it, it's all full stop. What are you talking of? I have to think of concrete as a comma. I have to think of this cement as a comma. What do I have to think of? Your comma, your full stop. Are you going to fight for that? I don't understand. It happened, because I'm telling you what happened. I was in building section, and I was actually responsible for all this, to see what's the problem in contract or stuff. They used to give, okay, these are documents, to just give your report. Because they wanted to either submit tender, or they wanted to accept whether we're going to do stuff. So generally used to come to me in all cases, big, small or big, and okay, just go through this contract and let's know. Or like this was before, this was tender document, and this is now contract has come. See, is there any difference in that? You understand what I'm saying? This was a tender bid document. That bid said that. So now a contract form has come. The contract has come. Is there any difference? Did they change something which may impact us? We have to make sure, or we have to sign blindly. Nobody signs blindly. Professionals never sign blindly. You have to see difference of if they did it, why did they do it? Maybe something is in favor. So we had to check word by word. And there's a style of that. Means you are not going to check spellings, you are not going to check something, and you are going to check pages only. Pages with your own eyes, not with closed eyes. I don't care for comma, full stop. Nobody cares. What we care for? We care meaning of clause. Because meaning of clauses are very clear, and sometimes meaning of many pages are clear. When you go like this, okay, this is fine. This clause, this was okay. Something will automatically come to your eyes. Oh, here's an error. That's called comparison of pre-document and now document. So contract doesn't mean that this is translation or this is grammar. This is implication of that. If there is a scope of work, means there is a scope of work. You cannot say it means you have not given numbers. No, it's written here, means I have to do this, finish. It was written there, that, or written here, we have to see that. That's if something is added to that or not added to that, that's what we have to check, that we have to confirm. So my dear, contract is something extraordinary. It's not study of document legally, it's implication. It should be like this. It should be like this. If you say you are pouring concrete, in this you are saying you did not write how to pour concrete. No, that can't be written that, because that is industrial practice, everybody knows. We have to write separate contract for that, and that's on site, not in contract section. How shall we do that? There is a system, and that's called methods statement, working method statement. We know what we have to do. We have to agree with each other party, and that doesn't make any cost implication on that. It's agreement of this way we are going to do this. In that we don't know who's saving or not saving. We see only this is according to specifications, or this is contrivance specifications. Compliance is noted, for which construction section is there, planning section is there, quality section is there, safety section is there. Everybody is there. It doesn't go against cost. Cost is not impacted upon. So why to bother about comma? We will write and agree and do that. So this doesn't come into contract. So in contract only those conditions come which impact on each other, which impact on cost, which impact on time, or which impact on claims. Otherwise cost is fixed, that cannot be changed. You are paid for this whole system, all whatever contract documents, you are to be, work each and everything is specified, including that, in those documents, and then you will be paid this much. Now you will pay the stages over. So for that there is complete system. So many subjects are involved in that. It's not simple contract. Contract means many subjects, designs, theory of structure is involved there, quantification involved there, research involved there. Something is not done, we have to find solution. That's called research. It happened with me many times. We are testing some, this what do you call it, seawater basin. We had no record, no code told us how to check evaporation, how much water will evaporate when we are testing this. So we did that ourselves. We researched on that and put some system so that we know separately how much evaporation affected. So this is operational research part, nothing has to do with contract. Contract tells clearly, if this happens, you will get that. If this problem is there, you will get that. You have to take responsibility of this, and we are taking responsibility this. That's called DOR, division of responsibility. That is given in contract. That's part of contract. You can say this is a table, this serial number, item number this is a description of item, this is a responsibility of employer, this is responsibility of contractor, or this is marked by others. So tick, or where is tick, your responsibility, where is cross, not your responsibility. That is definition or explanation of contract for each item of contract. So why should we fight them? This is your responsibility to do it. This happens, where? Where it happens, where contract is not explicitly clear, where language is ambiguous. Why? Because of copy and paste, not because of analysis of research. Okay, take out last contract, bring quickly, tell you tomorrow or something, bring that contract. Okay, change something. It happens because of this. We know project is different. You cannot use past contract for something, some other project on this contract. You are just showing to some people, yes, we are doing very fast. You are doing fast, damage to work. Because see, contractor will not fight with you. Contractor, I have to do business, so no problem, I'll take just this much. He can give contractor little concession. But you go on beating him, tick, hammering. Oh, let's go, get lost, I don't know for you. I'm going to court, I'm going to arbitration. Right? Why did arbitration come into clauses? Because of this reason. That people play games and they don't understand now that arbitration is a separate contract. Because of, crooks being in contract in business, this arbitration has come. Otherwise, there is no requirement of arbitration if your contract is customized. There is a general conditions. Yes, there are general conditions, but generally customized. Those conditions apply everywhere on every project, similar type of projects. Say building project is there and conditions are for building. It's okay. Same conditions cannot be applied on dams project or canals project or barrage project or weir project or railway line project. Can't. But this is a different world. Activities are different. Yes, it's lump sum, but structure of contract is different. Lump sum is clear. Lump sum has no dispute. This is work. This is details of work, this is this period, and this is price. This you accept, fine, bye, go. Simple. What you have to do is clearly written. Even if some some item is missing, but drawing says you have to do it, you have to do it. It is lump sum, fixed price. If drawing is there, BOQ is not giving that item, or there is no specification for that, but drawing is there, you have to do it. Both decide what specification should be there, finish. Nobody is asking you gold or diamond. It's normal practice in profession. By chance you miss some specification. Okay, what is there? Is there colored concrete, say red oxide concrete? By chance you forget specification, try thinking that. Okay, red oxide is used in this type of electrical cable. Make so many 5 kg red oxide in 1 cubic meter concrete, and you'll get that. What dispute? Where is dispute? Disputes are by mistakes, because people do not research what you have to do. They do not do because they have now been taught in your university meaning of contract and meaning of disputes resolution. First of all, your contract should be professional. It should be done by professional understanding, not by actually legal understanding. First you think what you have to do professionally, then you vet it legally. Law says Contract Act is there. In our country, Indian Contract Act is there. In every country there are contract acts. Very clearly defined what is contract. So where is problem? No problem. They say one party, other party, they have to agree together and it should be lawful. That's it. Whatever you agree should be lawful, and if it's lawful, this can be enforced. If it's not lawful, it's unlawful, you cannot force it. If you write somewhere, I kill you kill me, this is not acceptable. I'll give you a woman for something, no, this is not acceptable. I'll give you so much money, in this case, not acceptable. Only price. There are laws for human resources, there are laws for insurances, therefore all laws are covered directly in one clause. Whatever applicable laws for health, for welfare, for this and this, or you can write the second clauses, these are covered in this conduct, jurisdiction is covered in this conduct, this code is the arbitration covered in this conduct. There is no problem only. What's the problem? No problem, but that's problem. That's why I'm saying it's like that. 2 plus 2 equal to how much? 4. No, it's 5. There's dispute. Can 2 equal to 4 or 5? 5. No, it's 5. Okay, I agree. 5. I'm contractor, finished. What to do? After I'm contractor, you have to pay me, and I have to take payment from you. After taking payment, I'll help you. What I'm saying is unnecessary. Our professionals collapse unnecessarily. You see, in government service, something is different. Everything is delayed there. In government, particularly in our country, every decision is delayed. Financial decision, technical decision, something else. And moreover, even those people sometimes they contract on lump sum fixed price basis without understanding what is lump sum fixed price theory, what is lump sum fixed price business. Without understanding, they do it because in past there used to be item rates contractings. Even if there are 100 items, 200 and 500 items, there was no fixed price. Bill of quantity is this. These are varying items quantities, and this is total price. And if there is a variation of this, they will measure every item and pay you. That was actual contract in government in those times when I was in government. That time, if there is up to 10% variation of that price, okay, it's fine. And more than that, nobody will accept because it affects the material cost. And there was duration, and then in that duration you do it. Means now it's different, it's lump sum fixed price. But difference doesn't mean that you cannot do it. Only problem is you don't understand pluses and minuses, you don't understand good or bad of that contract. Contract is good in itself, there is no harm in contract. You are bad, your concentration is bad, you don't understand. You don't understand implication of that contract. If the contractor doesn't understand, maybe contractor understands, I can't say that. This contractor is expert or professional contractor. Oh, he may say, I don't know, but he knows everything. No, I talked to many contractors before also. Contractor, no, I don't know, so I don't know. But that person knows everything. Otherwise, the contract is not successful. They will also know it. Yes, yes, okay, I will try, I'll get someone and done it. There is no one has to do it. Contractor also plays, and that's the problem. Yes. Lack of decision in government is only reason for arbitration. Otherwise, everything, yes, at time of contract, you can point out what you want to say before agreeing on entering into contract. You have every right to speak. Employer has every right to speak. Contractor has every right to speak. You can negotiate, you can talk, oh, this time I cannot do this, 12 months is not adequate for this, I can sign. Make it 18 months or make it 2. Yes, you have right. Don't accept, right, this work shall be done in 1.5 years. Make a qualification. That's all. Because sometimes they don't know, they actually don't know. 1 year, and job is for 2 years. Some circumstances are there, can't be done in 1 year. No, you have to do in 1 year. My dear, it can be done 2 months are required for maintenance and testing and commissioning, and 1 month is required for mobilization. So 2 plus 1, 3 months have already gone. 9 months are balanced. I can't do this project in 9 months. You give it to somebody else, finish. And if you cannot do, others cannot do as well, remember. If you cannot do, others cannot do. They can also not do. But they will come, no, you run double shift and you do this and you do that. See, it's civil work. Manufacturing on site. You are not manufacturing alone, you are manufacturing with quality. Can you think if you do double shift or triple shift? How can you do that? Today you do concrete, there is no scope of how can you work next time? You go after 5 o'clock, okay, second shift. They did up to 4 o'clock concrete, there is no work to do, what to do? You can't take out shutters, or you have to spend money on resources. There are certain facts we have to understand. Contracting means do job. It doesn't mean play. And also employer has to understand contractor's contract. It's not a robber. It's working for you. It's professional because that person is giving you quality work. If you want quality work, you have to give time. You have to give, you have to wait to hear more. Contractor is also engineer. Contractor does this job. This is engineering job. This is not thele wala job. This is not kachori wala job. This is job of engineering. This is not lunch. This is not dinner. This is work. Some people may say, I talk for nothing. Yes, I am talking because I have experienced this. I am talking. I have seen 25% conditions in contracts worthless. No need, but they are there. They just put conditions for sake of conditions, which are not even relevant to that. Why to keep that? I have seen some conditions in called arbitration clauses. Okay, arbitration clause is a must. But just writing unnecessary in that, one person shall be appointed by you, one person shall be appointed by me, then that person appointed another person. You are unnecessarily going to complicate your contract for nothing. You are going to appoint 3 persons who have no relation to contract for it. No relation at all. They do not know ABCD of contracts, and you are appointing them to decide about something which they don't know. How can they decide? Yes, you are a judge, you were a judge, you are an advocate, you are not an engineer. For engineering contracts, what is the value of judge? What is the value of advocate? They are respectable in their profession, not in engineering profession. How can they assess something they don't know? They say, oh, we'll get experts. Already they appoint experts, why you appoint them? This is engineering contract, so engineers should be there. Rather writing one, I say write one civil engineer from this party and one civil engineer from this party, or just one? Why 1 to 3? What for? Just one. If one can be corrupt, three can also be corrupt. Just take one. What's harm? What is harm? There is no need of any hearing, nothing, just papers will decide. Engineer is so efficient that decides on papers. What information they receive from both ends. And believe me, if engineer is arbitrator, even you use advocates for your correspondence, advocate cannot write unduly in that case, because engineer shall catch hold of that answer, that response or respondent, what nonsense you have written. This can't be done this way, we know. Instead of raising questions from each other, engineer shall raise questions on both. You answer me this and you answer me that. You answer me this and you answer me that. You have complied with this clause or not? You have complied. Answer me that. Rather than analysis of that work is done, analysis of the contract done by employer's advocate or contract advocate. They both will involve and engineers catches hold of them, because engineer knows this work was to be done like this and there is no record of that. Why was not done? Answer this. Believe me, they both run away. Both shall run away. Because both are mistaken. Employer and contractor both shall run away. It's okay, we will make separate settlement. That's required. When they think arbitration is sitting on their head, they won't get anything. Okay, we make settlement separately. So this will be conciliation agreement, amicable settlement. That's what is required. Purpose of arbitration is to agree out of court, so that not to waste time of court. And if you sit outside and start acting as court, then there's no function of arbitrator. I don't want any hearing. I'll force you to accept something. I know you did wrong. You did this, define how you do that. You missed this, why? Define how you do it. If you miss that, it's your fault, finished, no question. If you miss something, it's your fault, no argument on that. It was your job, That's what I'm saying. DOR. Got it? Distribution of responsibility. If you pre-decide that this is distribution of responsibility, nobody can point out. I have seen contracts. This is not defined exclusively. This is defined in remote documents. There's no meaning of that. Define, analyze everything against every condition. Write a document A, B, C, D, or 1, 2, 3. This item, this item, this item, this item, this item. It should cover all items of project. And then this in this column is employer, in this column is contractor, in this column is third one, someone. This responsibility, who's responsible? Tick. If there is condition, take this. No disputes there. What disputes there? Engineer can analyze contract, and no need. I don't want a petition. Just give me one writing. This is your problem, and let him give his writing. What is the response? After that, I will catch a hold of that. Because I know drawing, I know specification. When I go through that, your advocate cannot do anything, your judge cannot do anything, because I know this, what is saying is right or wrong. I'll not go through petitions and documents, I'll go through drawings. You did this or don't, tell me. What did you do for this problem? An employer, why did you not accept this? Why did you not allow this? You both are at fault. Neither of you will finish. Okay, you are claiming this payment, you pay and finish. Your fault, you didn't decide in time. Yeah. So much as descriptions, but still disputes, means system is defective. Go and see in Arab world, you will not find any dispute. You will find dispute. Very rare cases, very rare cases. When person runs away, when contract is terminated or contractor terminates job, in that case there can be dispute. That is different world. That arbitration is okay. job was suspended or terminated, which was beyond control of employer as well. So there can be claims, but that too are settled amicably in most cases. Because why to pay to arbitration and all that? Why should I pay to them? Both of us. Let us decide ourselves. That family you have to maybe distribute ourselves finish. What I'm saying is there's some justification, some coherence should be there, some understanding should be there. We shouldn't become fools by some people as rarely as often it happens. Because I have been in field for many years and I have gone through many contracts. I have written many writings, hundreds of letters, thousands of letters, and I've gone through many. You can say hardly some field is left there which I have not experienced. So I sometimes feel happy that this world is full of foolish people. World full of foolish people, and particularly those new consultants who are entering field, new engineers or high-tech field. They're not very much, I've not seen them very much ambitious to know what is contract. I have seen this in British engineers, really. I still remember some engineers say, I'm coming contact, this was Nigel Robinson, chartered structural engineer, blaming. Though he's a structural engineer, he's talking contracts, he knows everything. Right? Talking meetings about contracts, he knows everything, Our engineers don't. This is different. It's not because it was part of the education, no. That person had an interest, you learned everything. So why don't you learn? Remember, quality, quantity is more important than contract, and if you do all that, there won't be any dispute. Quality, time and cost, if contractor maintains this, there will be no dispute. Time is controlled, no acceleration, no damages. If cost is controlled, no damages. If quality is controlled, what? Where is problem? Where is problem, tell me? Until there is some legal problem, until there is some other problem. Problem like means you are not able to give land to contractors. Certainly it will cause a problem. Contractor will claim. Or you are not paying the contractor. Certainly contractor has right not to work. What's wrong with that? If you are not able to pay the contractor, why contractor should not stop work? Is there the right to stop work? That's not suspension. It can't be called suspension. You are not paying him. Rather you are wrong. Contractor is right. What I am to say, this contract is based on equities, not equal or unequal, not higher or lower. Both sign on same page. You are equal. Contractor and employer are equal level. Contractor has his own support, employer has his own support. They support them. But legal liability, people sitting there are on same contract. So both are moving on that contract. So that paper considers both contractors. Yes, one is employer, one is contractor. We call contractor and we call employer. Otherwise, both move on same track. So both are engines of project. And those engines should move together. That is required. I don't want to talk unduly for these things because it's not right. It's not good. So I say that and I would say all engineers take some interest in contracting. Otherwise, you cannot improve quality system because when you don't care, contractor also doesn't care. What's mind in the staff of contract remains. A consultant has approved this, no problem. You want, they will say to engineer. So consultant has approved. Why you are interfering? If contractors, engineer instructs to people do it and do like this, do it. So, consultants approve this. It's okay. Why you are interfering? This is the problem. These people do not understand. Consultant approval doesn't mean anything. Consultant approval meaning nothing, no. Even resident engineer approves, or engineer approves, or employer approves, it doesn't mean anything. This point these people don't understand. Site engineer says, no, do like this. He will complain to owner. See, contractor, this consultant has approved, this person is making losses to you. This happens. This is politics. I call it engineer knows, contractors, site agent knows what is right, what is wrong, or you are only supervisor or foreman. You should limit yourself. You do not know what is contract. You don't know whose responsibility is this. Don't you? Why you are interfering? If your engineer says do it, finish. You think you know more than that person. Because ultimately all approvals done by all those people, and if there's defective work, all their approvals will stand invalid, legally invalid. This contract says, every contract says, all those people who have approved this work and this work is not approvable, all those responsibilities shall go away. Nobody will question them. They will question you, because you are getting payment for that work, not they. You have to do correct work. It's your responsibility. Therefore, I do not care for consultant signatures. Yes, that is procedure. They are witnesses. They have to sign. But don't depend upon them. That if they have approved, it's fine. No, it is zero approval. I say even employer approves, it's zero. Because they are not responsible for that. We have to understand this point. It's my responsibility. I have signed. I am responsible. I take responsibility. I cannot take this responsibility because somebody approved it. No. If investigation happens post-contract, post-delivery, and there's some problem, I will be held like police, not they. You did this, your contractor. So this point we should understand. Quality is your responsibility, right work is your responsibility, everything is your responsibility, because you are contractor, you are paid for that. Their responsibility is zero and minus. They are just supporting you. Okay, fine, you've done it, they approve. They never say on their signature, I am responsible for this. But in your saying, you are responsible because you have done on contract. Every act, for everything you are responsible. This is beauty of contract. We have to realize this fact. And if you don't realize this fact, we shall suffer. That's only point. I think it's now, I'm not going to cross 5 hours because of certain times. I'll stop now. But I could not talk of FIDIC because of this. I want first to let you understand what contract is. So talking FIDIC is not difficult. We can talk and interpret. But FIDIC comes from a background of experience. So we should understand what we are talking about. That point is very, very, very important, and we cannot ignore that point. And with this, I say thank you, gentlemen. I am going to close this talk now, and it's okay.